Riverside residents are on high alert following a string of robberies, the potential connection between crimes. And the CIAA tournament kicks off today at CFG Bank Arena. The road closures you need to know about.
Well, we're tracking a few showers here this morning. Thanks, Patricia. That's a good way to start a Monday, folks. We're off and running. Let's roll.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
It's a Monday. Woo! Welcome to Fox 45 Early Edition. We are diving into this week on February 26th. I'm Megan Gillen. We need to bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers. Starting off cold, but things are heating up.
I mean, we can only go up from here. That's
right.
That's the whole thing, right? Good morning, Meg. Good morning, everyone. Happy Monday. I hope you enjoyed your final weekend of February. A few more days left of meteorological winter, and we're already seeing a little spring preview. We're also seeing a few light showers. Look at this on our HD radar. Saw these as I was rolling in this morning, and you can see just kind of a few light showers are moving through the region right now in Baltimore City, out into the Chesapeake Bay, out toward Essex and Middle River. Not going to be much. In fact, once this rolls out of here in the next hour or so, we're done with that. Temps are near freezing, so it was a little bit of a kind of a rain-snow mix, but not sticking on the ground at all. We're actually in the 40s in Annapolis and Stevensville. So a chilly Monday morning, warmer for the afternoon, excuse me, and we are tracking some more rain rolling in by midweek. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, Justin, thank you. Let's go ahead and take a look at your Len Stoller traffic network here this morning. We've got plenty of drivers getting a head start on this Monday morning, taking a look across the major highways. The good news, no major incidents to report here, and, a little bit of volume, not terrible. This morning in a city in crisis, police say a 29-year-old was shot along Park Heights Avenue around 7 o'clock last night, just outside Druid Hill Park. The victim walked into an area hospital. Police are now searching for the Baltimore city leaders are running out of time to spend the city's COVID relief funding allotment. $641 million are on the table, but it all must be allocated by the end of this year and then spent by the end of 2026. So far, only 29% of the funding has been spent, and only half of the money has been earmarked. Peace spokesperson Yuripsi Morgan joined us on Fox 45 Morning News this weekend, saying city residents just aren't seeing the benefits of this money.
If you ask people what's different from 2 years ago, do you feel like the city has come into $641 million? And the answer is that no, because it's been spread so thin over so many groups that it's not going to have the necessary impact. And the fear is, of course, that at the end of this, we're going to be sitting here as a city with all of these issues and all of these areas that really desperately need funding, and we'll have actually nothing done.
Well, mayoral candidates Sheila Dixon and Dhruv Vignarajah are calling out the mayor's management of the money. They are accusing Scott of investing in his own campaign rather than the city. Dixon is questioning why the mayor didn't spend the money on necessary departments with a history of underfunding, like Baltimore's police and fire departments. She wants an audit of the spending.
This one-time amount of money, the city will never see again. And the fire department not getting zero amount, which is a 24/7 day a week operation, could have benefited. Housing with vacant properties could have benefited. Some cities took total advantage of it. So it just shows, here's another example of very poor management in city government. I mean, under my administration, I was in a recession. We had none of that kind of money, and we were able to do more than what's going on. So it just shows poor leadership and not the kind of vision for the future. This is money that would have taken us into the future for Baltimore.
It is the only way for us to be confident that this $641 million once-in-a-generation gift hasn't been completely frittered away to repay donors and developers and help improve your re-election chances.
Well, the mayor's campaign responding to the criticism in a lengthy statement, reading in part, quote, Mayor Scott's handling of this federal funding is contributing to a historic reduction in homicides, reopening and building new rec centers and playgrounds. It goes on to point out Vignarajah has not said what he would do with the funding. Nothing but net at Kennedy Krieger's wheelchair basketball tournament this weekend. We are checking out all the action, plus the team heading to the national championship. But before we head to break, here is what is ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, the White House getting tough on border crossings, canceling college debt, real solutions, or panicked Biden campaign strategies. Our Washington insider weighs in this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. It's 4:42. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Happening tonight, the CIAA tournament is back this week in Baltimore. Some of the top HBCU teams from across the country are competing for the title at the CFG Bank Arena. The tournament tips off tonight with Bowie State women's team taking on Winston-Salem State at 7 p.m. Tickets are still available at the tournament's website. Well, the Baltimore City Department of Transportation is implementing traffic modifications around CFG Bank Arena throughout the week because of this tournament. The following curb lane closures will be implemented starting at 6 a.m. this morning. They're going to go through 11 p.m. on March 3rd. Biddle Street, Calvert Street, and Hopkins Plaza, they will also be impacted. For a complete list, you can head to our website at foxbaltimore.com. All right, 4:45 now, Monday morning here. We want to get a check of your forecast as we begin a brand new week. We have meteorologist Justin Chambers taking a look at a little warm-up heading our way. I'm looking forward to this.
Yeah, definitely 60s start today, and then we'll have another couple of days in the 60s as well. As we look outside right now, downtown Baltimore, Cameron, we do have a few clouds hanging around, even a few light showers that kind of moved through just over the last hour or two. But right now, everything looking good, nice and quiet there over the city. And temperatures right near freezing. This is the official number at BWI Thurgood Marshall. No wind to speak of at this time, and everything overall, like as I mentioned, just a few of these light showers kind of rolling through at this time. The larger picture showing us that we are mainly dry up and down the East Coast with the quiet conditions that will continue and the warmer temperatures that are on the way for later this afternoon. Let's check the next 12 hours, and after we get through the morning time, we're going to be in the 40s by 8 a.m. But look at those 50s and, yeah, some lower 60s on the way for this afternoon. This is what we were talking about last week with that kind of preview of spring that we have coming. We're close to 50 degrees typically for the last week of February. Most of us will be in the upper 50s and lower 60s for Chestertown, the Eastern Shore, up into Cecil County and Elkton, 58 Bel Air, 60 in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, low to mid 60s for Baltimore down to D.C. Friends to the west of us will be close to 70 in Charleston, West Virginia for the afternoon. So overall, a lot of us getting in on some of those warmer numbers. Here's a look at our temperature tracker, and you know, all good things must come to an end. So we'll be in the upper 60s Wednesday, even with the rain, but behind that storm system, we are seeing a 20-degree temperature swing, so Thursday will be quite a bit cooler and back near average, but it's short-lived because by Friday and Saturday, those numbers go right back up, and then we've got some more 60s in the second half of the weekend and into early next week. Here's a look at our future scan. Overall, we're staying dry on your Monday afternoon with a mix of clouds and sun. Tuesday is going to be dry for the first half of the day, but then as we get to about 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a couple of scattered showers will pop through there on Tuesday evening. Wednesday starts off dry, but late Wednesday morning through the middle of the day, that's going to be the next weather maker, and you can really see that rain that's going to be rolling through along that cold front. And then that cold front passes through Wednesday night. Excuse me, back behind that, we're going to be dry, but all that colder air rushes in back behind that as well. Spring is almost here, friends. Meteorological spring starts on Friday, but the spring equinox is 3 weeks from tomorrow. And we also have our time change coming up in less than 2 weeks from right now. All right, here's that 7-day forecast for you. 60s through Wednesday. After Wednesday, we're pretty dry. Now, Friday has a weak system that could bring a little bit more cloud cover, maybe a stray shower. But overall, as you look ahead to that first weekend of March, we're looking good. Upper 50s and mid 60s and dry.
I like it. Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at our Len Stoller traffic network now. I think you'll like this as well. We've got light volume out there. Live look over Loch Raven Boulevard here in Towson, and pretty good start to this morning commute out there. No major issues to report. For a check now on mass transit, Mark Jones with the MTA joining us. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find no major delay or problem. Looking good for travel for the start on the Camden, Penn, and Brunswick lines of MARC. Light rail service is on time, and service has been restored to that service. No delays or issues there. You'll find Metro Subway operating without delay between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Well, Kennedy Krieger Institute in Baltimore hosting the East Regional Wheelchair Basketball Championships, bringing in some of the best players from all across the East Coast. Photojournalist Megan Quinn gives us an up-close look at all the action.
Today we are at the Bennett Blazers Kennedy Krieger home gym.
We're hosting the regional championship of the National Wheelchair Basketball Association. We have about 100 players all the way from Connecticut to Virginia. The main focus of our program is opportunity. Many children go through the early part of their life not even realizing that this opportunity exists.
I found it through Kennedy Krieger. I was going to the spine bifida clinic,
I saw it on the TV at Kennedy Krieger, and I asked my mom if I could play it.
Adaptive sports, didn't know that was a thing.
We have kids who come in for the first time and get out of their everyday chair and get into a basketball chair or a sports chair, and it's a different experience from all of a sudden they can move and change direction, etc.
It was like an eye-opener. It was such an amazing experience.
Some of these kids have been in our program and the other programs around the country for 10 years or more.
I was 9 years old, sitting at home, like struggling to find my place in the world because a lot of kids, sports means everything to them.
This sport is very high level and very competitive and gives them that opportunity.
I never thought I'd be here. Never thought I'd be going to college for this.
And seeing them develop from being 5-year-olds to mature individuals that have highly developed skills.
Having the ability to hang out with teammates, it has been such a game changer with my mental health and everything. So we've been playing in this gym for 9 years, 10 years, and it'll be
most of your life.
Yeah, it'll be really sad saying goodbye to it, having our final home games here. I feel as if I've made friends that I'll have for years and years to come down the line, as sports just brings everybody super close together. You learn things about your teammates, you learn how to help your teammates, and it'll be sad to see them all go off to college, but I'm hoping 4 years, 5 years down the line, we'll all come back here for a nice reunion and see how everybody's going.
It was a good game. The Bennett Blazers, Maryland's local team, ended up winning the title. They are now heading to the national championships in Richmond, which, by the way, start in April. Could media coverage be the deciding factor in the 2024 presidential election? Just ahead this morning, the impacts of media narratives for political figures. And AT&T customers, relief is on the way. The amount of money the company owes you if you were impacted by last week's service disruption. It's 4:51 now on Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. taking a live look here over the White House this morning as we get closer to the presidential election. Media coverage of top candidates may have an impact on how the race plays out. Full Measure Cheryl Atkinson looks into how Trump and Biden have been portrayed so far.
When President Biden spent last Christmas on vacation with family, he continued the longest string in 2 decades of a U.S. president not visiting the troops during the holiday. But there was no criticism in the press like there had been of his predecessor.
Thank you.
President Trump. With Trump, the media was eager to blare negative headlines, even when false. In 2018, NBC incorrectly reported that Trump stayed home at Christmas time, the first U.S. president since 2002 to skip visiting the troops. The news went global. But it wasn't true. The media had jumped the gun. Trump and First Lady Melania left the White House Christmas Day to visit U.S. soldiers in Iraq. 3 years into the Biden presidency, it's clear Trump was treated with unique unfairness by error-riddled reports in the media, always cutting in a negative direction. There's been no similar trend under Biden. But first, a reminder of just a few of the worst media mistakes about Trump. Multiple media falsely claimed Trump was golfing during a U.S. raid that captured the head of ISIS in Syria, and that a White House photo of Trump had been staged. But Trump was at the White House. ABC aired video showing what it called a slaughter against Kurds by Turkey after Trump withdrew U.S. troops, but the video was file tape of a training show in the U.S. And USA Today connected the eagle on a Trump campaign T-shirt with a Nazi eagle, later admitting the eagle is a longtime U.S. symbol, too.
I, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr., do solemnly swear.
After Biden was sworn in, what did we find? The media made fewer major mistakes, and the ones they did make still cut against Trump or somehow favored Biden and his agenda. Here are just a few examples. USA Today falsely claimed President Biden only checked his watch after the return of U.S. soldiers killed in Afghanistan. In fact, Biden repeatedly checked his watch during the ceremony, as families of the fallen soldiers claimed. Mediaite falsely declared that Joe Biden had not referred to baseball great Satchel Paige as a Negro. In fact, he'd done just that.
You know, I've adopted the attitude of the great Negro at the time. His name was Satchel Paige.
Trump sued CNN for $475 million for calling his challenges to the 2020 election the big lie. He argued it defamed him because the big lie is a Nazi term. The judge threw out the case, saying CNN was using the term as an opinion and it didn't necessarily link Trump to Hitler or genocide of Jews. For Full Measure, I'm Cheryl Atkinson.
We're headed to the Super Tuesday states throughout all of next week. We'll keep fighting for America, and we won't rest until America wins.
In the meantime, Republican presidential candidate Nikki Haley vows to stay in the race following a loss to former President Donald Trump in Saturday's primary election in her home state of South Carolina. Former President Trump has swept every primary and caucus so far and already has his sights set on President Joe Biden.
So it's been an incredible period of time. We have a country that is a failing nation, but we're not going to have a failing nation very long. We are not going to allow this to happen. We love our country. We love it dearly. We're going to fight for our country. We're going to fight for our rights. We're not going to let this go on because it is not sustainable by any country.
Trump says he has never seen the Republican Party as united as it is right now, and he expects a huge turnout from his supporters in Michigan's primary, and that is happening Tuesday. Developing now, if you were impacted by last week's AT&T outage, you're going to be getting a $5 credit towards your next bill. The company says that is an average cost of a day's service. AT&T says a network issue led to the outage, and it has nothing to do with a cyber attack. There are some conspiracy theories circling. Federal officials, including the FBI and FCC, they're still investigating.
Robbery, 3 suspects, 1 black female with a taser and 2 black males.
A string of robberies in the Riverside neighborhood has people on edge. Just ahead this morning, the common factor tying these robberies together.
It's a very large resource for us, so we would like to get them on board with that.
Questions are rising this morning about the citation docket's effectiveness. Just ahead, the promise the police department is now making.
We've got some warmer numbers on the way to kick off our brand new week. As we wrap up the month of February, we'll talk about if there's more rain on the way as well.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Monday, February 26th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and again, chilly when you wake up this morning. Hopefully it will warm up for you a little bit later on. I mean, we're talking 60s, right, this week? Isn't this the week of 60s?
When the alarm went off, I laid in bed thinking it's going to get warm. My bed felt so warm. Outside of the bed felt so cold. I'm like, I thought it was supposed to be warm this week. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here to explain.
It is. It's still February. We still have to deal with chilly temperatures in the morning time, but we do have numbers on the way for the afternoon that are going to be warmer. Not only today, but tomorrow, even into Wednesday. It's going to get cold again still. I mean, we want to get to spring. It's just kind of a little spring tease or a preview that we're going to be dealing with here for the afternoon. Downtown Baltimore, pretty quiet right now. We did have a few light showers that just rolled through. In fact, still picking up a few of those showers on the outer loop of the Beltway out through White Marsh and out through Essex and Middle River. But overall, this is just a brief shower that's kind of rolling through. Temps right now statewide are mainly in the low to mid 30s, even 40s for you in Annapolis right now. So not bad. You'll still need a jacket as you step out. On your morning drive, Mr. Bo says we're good to go. Temperature staying in the 30s, and we'll get to about 40 by 8 a.m. Back with your full forecast. We'll talk about how long these warmer numbers stick around. Coming up, Tom.
All right, thank you, Justin. Under your Lynn Stoller Traffic Network, taking a live look around the Baltimore region as everyone is moving along smoothly. Even that top corner that's zooming in on something there, just a little bit of volume. In fact, there are no incidents right now across the state of Maryland.
5:01 this morning in a city in crisis. The Baltimore City Police Department is investigating a shooting just outside Druid Hill Park. It happened along Park Heights Avenue around 7 o'clock last night. The victim walked into a nearby hospital. Police are now searching for the suspect. Anyone with information is asked to call Metro Crime Stoppers, the number right there at the bottom of your screen.
Also happening this morning, Baltimore police investigating a string of robberies that happened in Riverside. Residents telling Fox 45 News they're concerned about their safety.
Olivia Dance joins us live this morning with a closer look at their surveillance footage and the possible connection between these robberies. Olivia.
Yeah, Tom and Patrice, one of those robberies actually happened in this area, so near Riverside Avenue and East Fort Avenue. Baltimore police say that a white BMW SUV has been used in several robberies in this Riverside area. Fox 45 News obtained surveillance video. An unsuspecting female robbed of her car keys and cell phone. One of the suspects can be heard demanding the victim's passcode to her phone before speeding off in a white BMW. Now, a few days before, just 2 blocks away from here, another unsuspecting person walking down the street before being robbed by the same suspects in the same vehicle as the recent robberies. In the last 6 months, there have been 16 robberies and 2 carjackings here in Riverside, of course, leaving residents on edge.
Well, it's scary. I walk around a lot. I walk everywhere. That's why you live here, so you can walk to all the places around here. They come up in a car and there's 4 or 5 of them.
And on Friday, a white BMW SUV was also involved in a carjacking. When police tried to stop the vehicle, the driver drove off on West Lombard Street. And it's still unclear exactly how many robberies these suspects are involved in. But for now, reporting live in Riverside, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Mayor Brandon Scott is touting a reduction in violence across Baltimore. And while shootings and homicides are down, his opponents say that residents still don't feel safe. Sheila Dixon took part in a crime walk Friday night in Morrell Park, saying it is time for city leaders to do more to address crimes like car thefts and burglaries.
When I come in the house or bring my car and park it in the garage, I don't want to have to feel nervous and have to look around. I shouldn't have to coming into my neighborhood, and no one should. And I know that the police focus on, going after the violent offenders, and we got to do that, but there's a balance. Right. And we've got to be able to deal with these issues, because this is why people leave.
Well, Fox 45 News also sat down with retired Chief Judge Wanda Hurd, who is growing more frustrated with leadership at City Hall. Hurd says there's been too much finger pointing and a lack of action.
Car is missing, or there's been a windshield broken. It's affecting my ability to feed my children. Why do we have to choose which things we're going to have and which things we're not? Judges sit on the bench. We don't fix the problems. The job and the responsibility of making it a wonderful place for us to live falls on the person we elected to do that job. And we elected a mayor to do that job. Just like we elected a state's attorney when things weren't working.
Well, one possible solution was launched by City State's Attorney Ivan Bates just last year. Bates created the citation docket to tackle low-level crimes the Mosby administration first defined and then said would not prosecute. However, its effectiveness has come into question recently. The probe started Wednesday at City Oversight hearing. That's when we learned Baltimore Police Department had only issued 37 citations that made it to court. Nearly half were rejected because of mistakes. Top officials with BPD say some of it came down to incorrect wording.
Why is the volume of citations issued so low?
It's still a process for us, right, to issue a citation. Even if we see that individual doing something, we still will have other policies that doesn't say as soon as we engage, we're automatically issuing a citation.
Members of the state's attorney's office say they trained the Maryland Comptroller and Field Enforcement Bureau, which had 83 citations, make it to court, more than double the amount from BPD. They also trained the MTA, which has 64 sent to court. The state's attorney's office says they offered to train city police, but initially police did not accept the offer. Now BPD says officers will undergo that same training. Still, the state's attorney's office says their main concern is when citations are not being written, offenders are missing out on getting help.
That's what city residents and visitors of the city want to see, because that's what we hear every single day. What are we doing about these quality of life crimes? When are the police going to start issuing these citations?
The problem is not just with police. The state's attorney's office says they sent a memorandum of understanding to Monzi when the docket began to share diversion resources. However, the SAO says they never heard back.
They told us that was being reviewed by legal and then their director, but we've yet to receive any movement on that MOU. And as of January 22nd, we still had not received anything. And I know that as of today, it has yet to be signed.
45 News reaching out to Monzi to see what would be their next steps. Well, a spokesperson says leadership changes affected the MOU, but also says that Monzi looked forward to establishing the agreement to ensure the long-term sustainability of the state's attorney's work.
Fox 45 News has done extensive reporting on this issue. For a complete list of stories, you can head to our website at foxbaltimore.com.
Coming up, two major bills up for discussion this week. The moves happening in Annapolis this week to reform the juvenile justice system.
And Maryland misses a major deadline, which could have major implications for taxpayers. Ahead in our 7 o'clock hour, the property tax issue, which could affect residents and county leadership.
Temps are in the 30s right now, but we've got 60s on the way later this afternoon and for a good part of this week. We'll take a closer look at it coming up on Fox 45 Early Edition.
We are getting word this morning Israeli officials are holding out hope for a deal to return dozens of hostages violently taken by Hamas terrorists October 7th.
Let's get right over to Megan Gillen in our live center with what this deal could include. Megan.
Yeah, we're taking you live to Gaza here this morning, guys, where these hostages could soon be released in exchange for a temporary ceasefire. This comes after a framework for a pause in fighting was hammered out by Israeli, American, Egyptian, and Qatari representatives over the weekend in Paris. The deal reportedly secures the release of 40 hostages held in Gaza, and that includes, guys, women, children, female soldiers, and elderly hostages in exchange for a 6-week pause in fighting. It also includes the release of hundreds of Palestinian prisoners. White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan now speaking out on the negotiations underway.
There will have to be indirect discussions by Qatar and Egypt with Hamas because ultimately they will have to agree to release the hostages. That work is underway.
Well, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu telling CBS Face the Nation that while a potential hostage deal could delay Israel's planned ground operation in Rafah, it still has to be done, something the White House says it cannot support without a credible plan to protect Palestinians. At the same time, guys, the U.S. and Britain, they have launched a barrage of retaliatory strikes against Houthi targets in Yemen. Military officials say the strikes hit 18 targets, including missile storage facilities, underground weapons facilities, and air defense systems. The Houthis denouncing the U.S.-British aggression, vowing to keep up military operations right there in the Red Sea. The rebels have launched at least 57 attacks on commercial and military ships in that region since November 19th, with the pace picking up in recent days. That's the very latest from our live center.
The tragic death of a young woman in Georgia reigniting the immigration debate. I'm Christine Frizzell with why some are now blaming Biden border policies.
Americans pushing for peace 2 years later. What Marylanders are asking for from federal lawmakers as the war in Ukraine continues now into its 3rd year. 5:13, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. 5:16. Several demonstrators marked 2 years since the initial attack in Ukraine, and now they're calling on people to continue to support the country as well as those in Russia who oppose the war.
They were out in front of the Ukrainian Catholic Church right in Canton yesterday afternoon.
I immigrated from Ukraine 75 years ago, and I still have family there. But it's not only personal for me, but I feel related to everyone in Ukraine, Jewish, Orthodox, Muslim, whatever nationality. This is what Ukraine is all about.
They're also calling on Congress to pass more relief funding for Ukraine.
Now, funding for Ukraine is a sticking point in Congress. Time to pass a spending plan. The first deadline is Friday, March 1st. Democrats are pushing for Ukraine and Israel relief as part of the plan. Republicans say they're not going to sign off on anything until there are changes made at the southern border and better security.
I'm willing to fund the government as long as our border is secure. The first job of the government is to secure the border. Any business that provides a service, if they don't give you the service, do you give them money? The answer is no.
Meantime, this morning, we're learning a Venezuelan man is the chief suspect in the murder of a young woman in Georgia.
His arrest is now leading to further questions about policies at the southern border and how illegal immigrants are treated even after committing more crimes. National correspondent Christine Frizzell has our story.
After searching for clues, police say they now have ample evidence to charge 26-year-old Jose Antonio Ibarra from Venezuela. And the list of charges is long and includes
malice murder, felony murder, aggravated battery, aggravated assault, false imprisonment, kidnapping.
The victim, a 22-year-old nursing student at Augusta University in Georgia, Laken Riley, who police say was out for a run at the University of Georgia. Police called it a crime of opportunity, an opportunity critics say should have never happened, since Ibarra was not only not a U.S. citizen, he'd been arrested before, and instead of being deported, was instead released.
You can draw a direct line between the open borders and this death. We can't talk to Venezuela. We don't know what his criminal record is in Venezuela, and I would guarantee you there is one.
His brother Diego also arrested for presenting a false green card with multiple other previous arrests. Georgia's Governor Brian Kemp writing a letter to President Biden demanding information and action, writing, "The American people deserve to know who is illegally entering our country due to your administration's failures." The suspect reportedly released into the U.S. under the parole system, which has for months been criticized by GOP lawmakers.
There needs to be a hard cap on parole. There needs to be a reforming of the parole law. They need to go back to the original intent of the law of applying an individual analysis to each parole application.
Of course, the vast majority of migrants coming to the border are not committing crimes, but the sheer number has prompted President Biden to say he's considering using executive action to restrict migrants' ability to seek asylum, as polls show this issue remains front and center in the 2024 election campaign. I'm Christine Frizzell reporting.
Well, stay with Fox 45 News. In our next half hour, Megan Gillen will be joining us from our live center with more on the victim, plus what her family is now saying.
Well, it's coming up on 5:20, and we want to get back over to our meteorologist, Justin Chambers.
Yeah, good morning, guys. Taking a look outside right now. We have overall a cool start to your morning, maybe even chilly. It's still February, even though we want spring to be here, and it's right around the corner, and we get a little bit of a preview here over the next couple of days. 33 your temperature right now in Towson. No wind to really speak of at this time. And as we look at our HD radar, we have seen just a few light showers that pass through Baltimore City out toward the eastern shore. You're seeing that out in Chestertown, just south of Easton, out toward Denton as well. Couple of light showers. That's it. We're just squeezing out a little bit of moisture from the upper levels of the atmosphere. But most of the East Coast is dry and pretty quiet right now with those warmer temperatures that are coming. This is a look at our hourly future scan taking you through the afternoon. This is 3 p.m. A mix of clouds and sun. Notice the red arrows. That's that warmer or milder air that is coming in from the south. And then as we get to Monday night, Tuesday morning, we'll see a few more of those clouds roll in. First half of tomorrow is going to be dry. But after we get to about, I'd say 2, 3 p.m., wind is going to pick up from the south. You can see those arrows getting a little bit faster, and that's an indication of the milder air, but also some rain showers that will be here between about 3, 4, and 5 o'clock on your Tuesday afternoon. So watch for that next weather maker to roll in. Even more rain is on the way on Wednesday. Here's a look at our bus stop forecast. Beep, beep, as those kids get back to school this morning on a Monday. Overall temps in the 30s here through 7 a.m. But look at that. I mean, by noon, we're in the mid to upper 50s. Lower 60s for the afternoon. So this will definitely be an onion effect day where you can peel back those layers. And golfers getting out there to hit the links. It starts off chilly in the 40s by 9 a.m., but mid to upper 50s through noon and into the lower 60s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour as well. Checking the temperatures in your neighborhoods around Carroll and Baltimore counties, upper 50s and lower 60s, well above average for this time of year. Meanwhile, for you in Howard and Anne Arundel counties, those low to mid 60s as well from Ellicott City and Columbia down through Glen Burnie and Pasadena. Even my friends in the Eastern Shore will be in the upper 50s and lower 60s. Chestertown, Centerville down through Easton for this afternoon. Here's a look at your 7-day forecast. So a few more of those showers tomorrow afternoon. Wednesday is going to be a wet day, even though we're going to be mild and close to 70 degrees at times by Wednesday afternoon. But the rain will be here. Wind is going to pick up. And then behind that system, Thursday, quite a bit colder. We drop by about 20 degrees. So we're back to the upper 40s. But as we head toward the first weekend of March, those numbers really looking good. And we dry out nicely as well. Tom?
Let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network here and taking a look at some of the cameras around the area and some of the, around the Beltway here. You see a little bit of volume, but not bad at all, 522. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA, and it's a Monday morning, Mark.
Well, good Monday morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone out there on the BART train system. You'll find on-time service on the Camden and 10 lines of BART, but on the Brunswick line, Brunswick 872, operating with a 5 to 10 mile delay. If your ride is on light rail, good news there. You'll find service restored and operating on time at present from end to end, and Metro Subway looking good between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for the commute start. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Coming up, a measles outbreak in Florida has that state's Surgeon General reworking their quarantine rules. Ahead, we have their new policy and how it affects unvaccinated children.
Sitting for too long could lead to some major health risks. What doctors are saying you can do to offset any danger. 523. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. We're all local all morning.
526 and topping your health headlines, Florida is giving parents of unvaccinated students the option of whether to send their child to school after a measles outbreak.
Well, in a letter that was sent home just last Tuesday, Florida Surgeon General says the state will not mandate the CDC guidelines that says unvaccinated students should stay home from school for 3 weeks after a measles outbreak.
There are at least 8 cases of measles in Broward County, with 6 occurring at just one elementary school.
According to the CDC, 91% of kindergartners in Florida have been vaccinated. 95% is required for herd immunity. A recent study following 500,000 people found that sitting for too long at work can greatly increase your risk for heart disease and possibly death.
Now, to help offset these potential risks, doctors say that people who sit for an extensive amount of time at their job should be getting at least 15 to 30 minutes of physical activity a day.
Don't worry, that activity does not have to be intense. It can be something as simple as just taking a couple of laps around your office.
A warm-up is on the way, but so is our next weather maker. How warm we're talking about, plus when we can expect some rain in our region.
And a grieving family fighting for justice how the Pablo Lapere Act could prevent repeat violent sex offenders from early release. 527, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back on this Monday morning. 5:30 is the time. Feeling like a Monday? I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, that's right. And will we be warming up any shorts again today? That's the big question. Meteorologist Justin Chambers.
I think so. Why not? I mean, it'll be the onion effect in play here today, where you'll peel back some of those layers. You'll start off with the jackets this morning. Will not need them this afternoon. And we're looking pretty good in terms of those temperatures for the next few days. Spring is definitely close. So we're getting there, guys. Last couple of days of meteorological winter as we wrap up the month of February. 33 here by 7 a.m. We'll get to the low to mid 40s here by 9 a.m. So it's going to be a nice little rapid warm up, and we should top out about 63 for our high today. We're typically in the upper 40s this time of year. Notice the sunrise too, 6:44, and the sun goes to bed right at 5:55. So those daylight hours continue to be expanded. Now, mid 60s tomorrow. We bring the rain in tomorrow afternoon. Even on Wednesday with the rain, some of us will be close to 70 degrees. And then we have some colder numbers to talk about, but that's spring around here. So we'll take a closer look at that full forecast for you coming up in a few, Tom.
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network around the Baltimore region. You see it just like this, wide open roads, no issues to report. But as he was just talking about the warm-up, if you're headed down the ocean, Ocean City, 50 Drawbridge, they've got a little construction there, just slowing you down. It's just one lane going each direction. If you're that lucky to go to the beach today, you can take me.
Turning now to your session 2024 coverage. Lawmakers in Annapolis are holding hearings on 2 key bills this week.
One bill would eliminate early release for good behavior for first-degree sex offenders. The other bill deals with juvenile justice reform.
Olivia Dance joins us live this morning with the 3 main pillars of the juvenile reform bill. Olivia.
Well, that's right, Tom and Patrice. This week, the House of Delegates will hold its second hearing on an extensive juvenile justice reform bill. Governor Wes Moore says that he's in full support of the plans, which includes extending probation for young offenders.
I think we have to increase the probationary period. You have to have a probationary period that's long enough for the young person to actually receive the supports.
The bill has 3 pillars. Democrats want to extend probation for young offenders, as I mentioned. They also want to expand certain criminal charges to children as young as 10 years old and reform the intake process within the Department of Juvenile Services. While Governor Moore has been supportive of the plans, DJS Secretary Vincent Schiraldi has not publicly commented on them. Schiraldi has been a vocal advocate against probation for young offenders. Governor Moore, though, insists that Schiraldi's views have no impact on his crime plan, but Baltimore Pastor P.M. Smith disagrees.
I know leadership. When the leader has to tell the people working with him and for him that he's the leader, there's some issue there. Now, Mr. Schiraldi, as far as I'm concerned, as long as he's in this administration, the governor is just talking. He's parroting accountability, because he's beginning to hear footsteps behind him. And the voters not happy with what he's doing with crime so far.
And of course, we will be covering the juvenile justice reform bill hearing this week. Of course, you can also find any updates on that on our website, foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. The second hearing this week is for a bill named after Baltimore Tech CEO Pavel Lepere, who was killed in her apartment last fall. Lepere's suspected killer was convicted sex offender, but he was out of prison on good behavior. The bill would end the early release for people convicted of a sex offense.
All of our extended families are victims. The employees of EcoMap Technologies, Pavel's friends and co-workers, and other members of the Baltimore Tech community ecosystem are victims. The entire city of Baltimore was held hostage, and as a result is also a victim.
One example, one time is one time too many. We want to make sure that we put laws in place that will keep all the citizens protected.
Now, Fox 45 News will be in Annapolis, covering the Pavel Lepere bill hearing and juvenile justice bill hearing this week. Follow along with our reporting online right at foxbaltimore.com.
Baltimore City leaders are running out of time to spend the city's COVID relief funding allotment. $641 million is on the table, but it must all be allocated by the end of this year and then spent by the end of 2026. So far, only 29% of the funding has been spent and only half of the money has been earmarked. Legal expert Eurypsy Morgan joined us on Fox 45 Morning News this weekend saying city residents aren't seeing the benefits of the money.
If you ask people what's different from 2 years ago, do you feel like the city has come into $641 million? And the answer is that no, because it's been spread so thin over so many groups that it's not going to have the necessary impact. And the fear is, of course, that at the end of this, we're going to be sitting here as a city with all of these issues and all of these areas that really desperately need funding, and we'll have actually nothing done.
Mayoral candidate Sheila Dixon through Vignarajah. They're calling out the mayor's management of the money. They're accusing Mayor Brandon Scott of investing in his own campaign rather than the city. Dixon is questioning why the mayor did not spend the money on necessary departments with a history of underfunding, like Baltimore's police and fire departments. She wants an audit of his spending.
This one-time amount of money, the city will never see again. And the fire department not getting zero amount, which is a 24/7-day-a-week operation, could have benefited. Housing with vacant properties could have benefited. Some cities took total advantage of it. So it just shows, here's another example of very poor management in city government. I mean, under my administration, I was in a recession. We had none of that kind of money, and we were able to do more than what's going on. So it just shows poor leadership and not the kind of vision for the future. This is money that would have taken us into the future for Baltimore.
It is the only way for us to be confident that this $641 million once-in-a-generation gift hasn't been completely frittered away to repay donors and developers and help improve your re-election chances.
Now, the mayor's campaign is responding to criticism in a lengthy statement, reading in part, Mayor Scott's handling of this federal funding is contributing to a historic reduction in homicides, reopening and building new rec centers and playgrounds. It goes on to point out that Vignarajah has not said what he would do with the funding.
The fight for education reform, why a bill that could provide students in failing schools with a chance to succeed is raising red flags.
In the brutal murder of a University of Georgia student on campus, what we are learning today.
Spring is right around the corner, and it's starting to feel like it. Just ahead, we take a look at the rising temperatures. 5:38, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local all morning.
5:40 today, students are returning to class at the University of Georgia following the brutal murder of Laken Riley on the school's campus in Athens this week.
Now, let's get right over to Megan Gillen. She's in our live center with the new details that we're learning this morning. Megan.
Yeah, we know the 22-year-old nursing student that you see right here was found dead on Thursday after she did not return home from a morning jog. Police finding Riley's body with visible injuries near the school's intramural fields and are now confirming that she died of blunt force trauma. Their main suspect is the man that we're going to show you here. You see him right there, 26-year-old Venezuelan national Jose Antonio Ibarra. Immigrations and Customs Enforcement just confirming yesterday that the suspect illegally crossed into the U.S. near El Paso, Texas in 2022. He was paroled and released before he was arrested again a year later in New York City, but Ibarra was released again by police before a detainer could be issued. And that is when police say that he fled to Georgia. Governor Brian Kemp outraged over Riley's death, writing on X, quote, Joe Biden's failed policies have turned every state into a border state. The family now speaking out for the first time since Riley's death, writing, Laken was an amazing daughter, sister, friend, and overall person in general. Her love for the Lord was exemplified in every aspect of her life. She will be missed every day, but we promise to honor her life moving forward in a very big way. Now, we are told that the university, along with Riley's sorority, will be holding a vigil this afternoon to honor her. Her funeral will be held Friday. That's the latest from our live center. Patrice?
A live look over Baltimore, where the CIAA tournament is about to get underway. Coming up, how this could impact your drive today.
Major news coming out of David Trone's campaign for Senate. Stay with us in our 7 o'clock hour for Trone's live announcement right from our studio. 5:43, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. We're all local all morning.
.545, new details this morning about a deadly carbon monoxide leak in Cecil County. This morning, a woman is still recovering in the hospital.
Police say they received a 911 call Saturday, and when they arrived at a home, they found a man who was dead and a woman who was shivering. Police tell us the home had no electricity and kerosene heater was the only source of heat.
Also in Cecil County, fire officials say a chimney in Perryville caught fire. Thankfully, no one was hurt. Officials say the smoke alarm did not go off since the fire was above the ceiling.
And in the meantime, the American Red Cross is teaming up with the Joppatown Magnolia Volunteer Fire Company to install smoke detectors in the Edgewood area. Crews installing more than 24 smoke detectors just Sunday, emphasizing the importance of both having an alarm and routinely checking it.
Well, it's 5:46, which means we need another check of our forecast for today.
That's right. Meteorologist Justin Chambers out for a stroll, finally coming back. And yeah, how'd it feel?
It feels good. I didn't go outside yet. 13 days until the time change. Talking about changing the batteries and all that. We do that in smoke detectors and fire alarms. Always a good thing to do, which is coming up in just 13 days from right now. So you think about time change. You think about, oh, yeah, got to make sure all that stuff's good to go as we get ready for spring, which is coming soon, folks. I know you're starting to see this stuff come out of the ground, those little green things popping up. And especially with a day like we're going to have today, it's really going to kind of accelerate all of that and make us get all excited. Yesterday, I was protesting winter. I was protesting it. I had a jacket on in the morning, and then like mid-morning, I was like, I'm not wearing my jacket anymore. I'm in the sun. I'm not going to wear my jacket. And I was shivering. So Mother Nature's like, hey, man, it's still February, dude, so just chill out. 31 days until the O's home opener, Thursday, March 28th. How about that? O's, of course, still undefeated. I know it's preseason, but it's nice to see the wins down there in the Grapefruit League. All right, here's our HD radar right now. A couple of light showers that rolled through just a little while ago. Now out toward the eastern shore, that's really all that's left. Not much in terms of actual rain, and we're quiet up and down the east coast at this time. Here's a look at our hourly future scan for the afternoon. A mix of clouds and sun, nice little southerly flow. That's going to really get those temperatures to pop into those 60s here through the afternoon today. Tomorrow starts off dry, but we're going to get some rain starting by tomorrow afternoon, 2-3 o'clock hour. Wind is also going to pick up, and some of the models have some pretty moderate rain here in that 4 and 5 o'clock hour for your Tuesday evening commute. So just be aware of that. Another weather maker rolls through on Wednesday. So we do have some wet weather, even though we have these interesting and fun temperatures to get through the next couple of days. Next few hours, as you grab a cup of joe, enjoy your coffee cast with us. 30s and, excuse me, even lower 40s through about 8 a.m. with the sun coming up at 6:44. Hanging out there in Fells Point, 40 here by 8 a.m. But we're going to see those numbers climb to the mid to upper 50s. I think you can probably get away with lunch outdoors today, midday, and especially for the afternoon if you want to fire up that grill. Temperature still in the lower 60s through about 2-3 o'clock. Check these numbers out for you. Upper 50s and lower 60s, well above average for this time of year. We'll keep those 60s going tomorrow, and even with the rain on Wednesday, close to 70 degrees. But Leap Day is going to be cold, and quite a bit colder, too, as that cold front comes through. It's temporary, though, as friends, as we get into the weekend. We're looking really good. Upper 50s and mid-60s with dry conditions for Saturday and Sunday. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network. And there's no incidents to report at all in our region this time. Taking a live look over the Beltway in the Ruxton area, and you can see the inner and outer loop moving along, no problems. Here's a live look now from our Lynn Solar mobile track, and we are heading north on 95 in Rossville, and you know there's some construction zone that's up there, but look at this. Knock on wood, nothing in between White Marsh and Clayton that will slow you down. Woo, let's soak that up while we can. Well, now we want to go to your mass transit. We have Mark Jones in the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. On the BART train system, we've got 10 train 511 operating with a 5-minute delay, and 10 train 505 running about 10 minutes late. Allow time for travel out there in those instances. Out on light rail, service totally restored, back up and running. No more shuttle bus bridge. Looking good in travel for both directions of that service. Metro subway, expect a delay of about 10 minutes in your travels there between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Happening today, the CIAA tournament is back this week in Baltimore. Some of the top HBCU teams from across the country are competing for the title at the CFG Bank Arena. The tournament tips off tonight with the Bowie State women's team taking on Winston-Salem State at 7 p.m. Tickets still available on the tournament's website.
And the Baltimore City Department of Transportation is actually implementing traffic modifications all around CFG Bank Arena throughout the week.
That's right. The following curb lane closures will be implemented starting at 6 a.m. this morning, and they'll go through 11 p.m. on March 3rd. We're talking about Biddle Street, Calvert Street, Hopkins Plaza. All of those will be impacted. For a complete list, head to our website at foxbaltimore.com.
The Riverside community is on high alert this morning after a spike in robberies still ahead. The one car that seems to be connected to all of them.
States asking for the power to moderate online content. The Supreme Court cases that could answer questions surrounding the role and relationship between government and social media. 5:51, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
.554 and a few demonstrators marked 2 years since the initial attack in Ukraine, and now they're calling on people to continue the support for the country, including those in Russia who oppose the war. They were out in front of Ukrainian Catholic Church. Canton yesterday afternoon.
I immigrated from Ukraine 75 years ago, and I still have family there. But it's not only personal for me, but I feel related to everyone in Ukraine, Jewish, Orthodox, Muslim, whatever nationality. This is what Ukraine is all about.
Well, they're also calling on Congress to pass more relief funding for Ukraine.
Topping your consumer news, if you were impacted by last week's AT&T outage, you'll be getting a $5 credit toward your next bill.
The company says that's an average cost of a day's service. AT&T says a network issue led to the outage, and it has nothing to do with the cyber attack. Federal officials, including the FBI and FCC, are still investigating. Now, in the meantime, the Gen Z population is taking part in book clubs, but it's not your mother's book club.
That's right. They use the club as a way to socialize, which is why book club event listings grew 24% last year. That is according to ticketing platform Eventbrite.
A driving force behind the book club's popularity, social media. It's been helping lead younger readers to new genres and in-person communities that are built around reading. Speaking of social media, many are wondering, can states regulate how companies control content on their sites?
Well, that question is at the heart of a pair of consequential cases that are going before the Supreme Court today.
National correspondent Christine Frizzell is breaking it all down for us.
It's viewed by many as the modern-day public square. Discussion and debate carried out on social media platforms owned by private companies. A pair of cases before the U.S. Supreme Court, NetChoice v. Paxton and Moody v. NetChoice, weigh whether laws enacted by the states of Florida and Texas are constitutional. The laws passed to address what officials saw as discrimination against conservatives, allow states to regulate those companies as they moderate content on their sites.
We want to make sure that when we're having these dialogues in the public square, that we're able to have them, and that we're not having, powerful companies, powerful billionaires putting their thumb on the lever.
John Schweppe with the conservative American Principles Project says those companies already have, including the initial blocking of a story about Joe Biden's son Hunter ahead of the 2020 election, and multiple instances of posts being removed or restricted on Facebook if they questioned COVID vaccines or mask policies during the coronavirus outbreak.
Big tech, which has really enjoyed, I think, pseudo immunity from any sort of scrutiny for a couple decades now. We believe these states should have the right to regulate them as common carriers.
A far different perspective from the social media companies, who say they, not the government, have the right to decide what messages they push out on their platforms, in the same way the New York Times or CNN can decide what stories they cover, asserting the government has no place to weigh in.
Giving states the power to regulate this global medium of communication would be like, in the words of P.J. O'Rourke, giving car keys and whiskey to teenage boys.
Robert Korn-Revere with the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression, or FIRE, says the power lies with the platforms.
The question is whether or not those who happen to be in power for a brief period of time can then use that power to regulate this medium of communication.
A consequential case that could bring far more clarity to questions about the role of government and social media. I'm Christine Frizzell reporting.
Are you concerned about your safety when you're just moving about the city?
Yes, yeah.
Baltimore police officers investigating a string of robberies in Riverside. Coming up, a closer look at some surveillance video and the possible connection between the robberies.
And two key bills are under the microscope this week in Annapolis. Still ahead, where lawmakers currently stand on both sides of the aisle heading into this week's hearing.
Spring, come on, come on. Come on, come on. Yeah, it's getting closer. We're talking about numbers in the 60s for the afternoon. We'll break down what we can expect on Fox 45 Morning News. Roll it.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Taking a live look right now from Federal Hill Park down to the Inner Harbor, and you can see the waves along the aquarium. They're not real, just to let you know. I know some people are shocked by that. That's neon, but the conditions calm right now, as you can see on the water. Supboarding right now, and warmer temperatures are reaching the lower 60s later today to kick off your work week. Weather Authority team is also tracking our next chance of rain and when that will move through the region.
Don't even mind the rain because it'll be in the 60s. So good morning on this Monday, February 26th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We need to find out exactly when the 60-degree mark will hit us. Meteorologist Justin Chambers.
3 years That's a triggering point for me right there when you show the aquarium. My wife hasn't taken me to the aquarium. We've been here 3 years, and I have not gone to the aquarium yet.
Why does she have to take you?
Yeah. I thought she's from here. Like, hey, hon, let's go to the aquarium. Nope. I haven't gone.
This weekend. Make it happen.
All right, we'll make it happen. Overall, yeah, great day to be outside today. It's still chilly right now. This is our kind of foggy Towson camera. Well, it's a little blurry, that is. But overall, we're looking good. And our temperatures are in the 30s right now. 33 Cockeysville, Bel Air, 32 Baltimore City, below freezing in Columbia. But you've got some 40s for Annapolis and right across the Bay Bridge over to Kent Island there around Stevensville. So a chilly Monday morning, definitely a warmer afternoon ahead. And we are tracking that rain as we get into the middle of the week. But Mr. Bowe says we're good to go. Numbers in the 30s for the next few hours. Not much to get in your way in terms of your commute. Now, we are talking about that rain that's going to be impacting us starting tomorrow and into Wednesday as well. We'll take a closer look at all of that coming up in just a few minutes.
Let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and a live look at some of the cameras around the Baltimore region here. You can see the inner and outer loops and no major issues to report on any major highways throughout the Baltimore region. We start off now in a city in crisis as an investigator with the Baltimore Police Department looks into a shooting just outside Druid Hill Park. It happened along Park Heights Avenue around 7 last night. The victim walking into a nearby hospital. Police are now searching for the suspect.
Anyone with information is asked to call Metro Crime Stoppers. That number right there at the bottom of your screen. Well, also happening this morning, the Baltimore Police Department is investigating a string of robberies in Riverside. Residents tell Fox 45 News they're concerned about their safety.
Olivia Dance joining us live this morning with a closer look at the surveillance footage and the possible connection between the robberies. Olivia.
Yeah, Tom and Patrice, one of those robberies actually happened in this area, so near Riverside Avenue and East Fort Avenue. Baltimore police say that a white BMW SUV has been used in several robberies in this Riverside area. Fox 45 News obtained surveillance video. An unsuspecting female robbed of her car keys and cell phone. One of the suspects can be heard demanding the victim's passcode to her phone before speeding off in a white BMW. And then a few days before, just 2 blocks away from here, another unsuspecting person walking down the street before being robbed by the same suspects in the same vehicle as the recent robberies. In the last 6 months, there have been 16 robberies and 2 carjackings here in Riverside, of course, leaving residents on edge.
It doesn't make anybody feel good, right? To see someone walking down the street and see that they may or may not match a description of people that are going around committing crime.
And then on Friday, a white BMW SUV was committed a carjacking. When police tried to stop the vehicle, the driver sped off on West Lombard Street. So it's still unclear exactly how many robberies these suspects are involved in. But for now, reporting live in Riverside, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
While residents share their safety concerns, Mayor Brandon Scott is touting a reduction in violence across Baltimore. Baltimore mayoral candidate Sheila Dixon says it's time for city leaders to do more to address crimes like car thefts and burglaries.
When I come in the house or bring my car and park it in the garage, I don't want to have to feel nervous and have to look around. I shouldn't have to coming into my neighborhood, and no one should. And I know that the police focus on going after the violent offenders, and we got to do that, but there's a balance. Right. And we've got to be able to deal with these issues because this is why people leave.
Retired Chief Judge Wanda Hurd also expressing her frustration with leadership at City Hall. Hurd says there's been too much finger pointing and not enough action.
Car is missing, or there's been a windshield broken. It's affecting my ability to feed my children. Why do we have to choose which things we're going to have and which things we're not? Judges sit on the bench. We don't fix the problems. The job and the responsibility of making it a wonderful place for us to live falls on the person we elected to do that job. And we elected a mayor to do that job. Just like we elected a state's attorney when things weren't working.
One possible solution was launched by City State's Attorney Ivan Bates in June. Bates created the citation docket to tackle low-level crimes the Mosby administration would not prosecute. However, its effectiveness has come into question recently. The probe started Wednesday at a city oversight hearing. And that is when we learned BPD had only issued 37 citations that ended up making it to court. Nearly half of them were rejected because of mistakes. Top officials with Baltimore's police department say some of it came down to incorrect wording.
Why is the volume of citations issued so low?
It's still a process for us, right, to issue a citation. Even if we see that individual doing something, we still have other policies that doesn't say as soon as we engage, we're automatically issuing a citation.
Fox 45 News has done extensive reporting on this issue. For a complete list of stories, you can head to our website, foxbaltimore.com.
A possible hostage release in Gaza as we take you there live could happen soon. The talks underway as we speak, and what this could mean in the war.
Plus, Baltimore City leaders are up against the clock. Still ahead the deadline the city has to spend COVID relief money, and what happens if those funds go unused.
Our temperatures right now are in the 30s, but don't you worry, friends. We got 60s on the way for the afternoon and for the next couple of days. We'll break down our spring preview coming up on Fox News. All local, all morning. .08 is your time right now. It is Monday morning. I hope you enjoyed the final weekend of February. These are the last few days of meteorological winter as spring is right around the corner, and we're going to see some of those spring-like temperatures. Now, area-wide across the DMV, most of us in the 20s and 30s right now, all the way out toward the eastern shore as well. Overall, your next few hours on your morning drive looking good. We're above freezing by 7 a.m. We get to the 40s by about 9 a.m. We should top out today in the upper 50s and even some lower 60s. We'll take a closer look at some of those numbers and how long these spring-like temps stick around coming up.
6:09. We are getting word this morning that Israeli officials are holding out hope for a deal to return dozens of hostages violently taken by Hamas terrorists on October 7th.
Let's get right over to Megan Gillen. She's in our live center with what this deal could include. Megan?
Yeah, taking some live looks from Gaza here, where we know these hostages could soon be released in exchange for a temporary ceasefire. This comes after a framework for a pause in fighting was hammered out by Israeli, American, Egyptian, and Qatari representatives over the weekend in Paris. The deal reportedly secures the release of 40 hostages held in Gaza, including women, children, female soldiers, and elderly hostages, in exchange for a 6-week pause in fighting. It also includes the release of hundreds of Palestinian prisoners. White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan now speaking out on the negotiations underway. Listen in.
There will have to be indirect discussions by Qatar and Egypt with Hamas, because ultimately they will have to agree to release the hostages. That work is underway.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu telling CBS's Face the Nation that while a potential hostage deal could delay Israel's planned ground operation in Rafah, it still has to be done, something the White House says it cannot support without a credible plan to protect Palestinians. Now, at the same time, guys, the U.S. and Britain launching a barrage of retaliatory strikes against Houthi targets in Yemen. Military officials say the strikes hit 18 targets, including missile storage facilities, underground weapons facilities, and air defense systems. The Houthis denouncing the U.S.-British aggression, vowing to keep up military operations in the Red Sea. The rebels have launched at least 57 attacks on commercial and military ships in the region since November 19th, with the pace picking up, we know, in recent days. That's the very latest from our live center. Tom?
Well, child safety and education continues to be an ongoing problem in Baltimore. Still ahead, how the Right to Learn Act aims to provide students in failing schools a chance to succeed.
And after the break, meet our last champion of courage, the local nonprofit owner who is shaping young minds across Baltimore. 6:11, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
This Black History Month, we are highlighting local mentors and teachers who have lifted up Baltimore's youth. These champions of courage inspire their communities to pass on the teachings of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. to the younger generation.
Tagana Duncan, the founder of STAND, or Stepping Towards a New Destiny, supports and enlightens kids from all over Baltimore with his dedicated and intimate mentorship program.
Absolutely a mentor, absolutely a father figure. He's just very much committed. He has a heart of gold. He'll do anything for you.
Tagana Duncan, or Coach Duncan, as the kids call him, realized there was a need for youth mentorship in Baltimore after facing difficulties in his own life.
I remember being in school, growing up in a single-parent household and having a lot of struggles.
Duncan felt that kids needed someone to teach and shepherd them. He believes that they need exposure to college and finances at a young age to help them prepare for adulthood.
So what we're doing is we are saying you don't have to figure out life by yourself. Let us tell you what are some of the experiences and things that you're going to encounter in life, some of those decisions. So just don't discredit college. Don't discredit going to trade school. Let us give you that experience of all of these things, and then you can help make up your mind. And that's what Stepping Towards a New Destiny is.
Today, Duncan and STAND provide children with the academic support they need to succeed.
I've been doing pretty well. Got my grades up a lot because of Coach Duncan. So it was because of him that, honestly, that I've been doing good with my grades.
The program provides everything from help with homework to workshops that teach them things like leadership, manners, hygiene, and more.
I just think it's pretty cool how they, get the boys together. I mean, they just took them to the Ravens practices. They've been camping.
Duncan believes these activities not only teach the kids, but help them grow into better men.
It's given them the exposure and the experience of what is possible for them. The more positive experiences that we give to the kids, the less likely they're wanting to indulge themselves in negative activities.
And for the kids, Coach Duncan is more than just a mentor.
He's kind of like the person I come to sometimes when I need advice, and he's just that person I can depend on.
He has a great impact on this whole program, not just me, I feel like everyone.
But in the end, Duncan doesn't need praise or an award. All he wants is to see his kids grow and develop into promising young men.
It's something that it really lets me know that I'm doing something great. And it's something that I want them to look at as well and see that it's something that they can do.
Fox 45 is saluting our champions of courage as positive role models who keep Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s dream alive. You can watch our Champions of Courage special on March 2nd at 11:30 a.m. on the CW Baltimore. You can also catch it the next day, Sunday, March 3rd on My TV Baltimore at 1 p.m. and then right here on Fox 45 at 11 p.m.
6:17, it's time to find out exactly how 60 degrees will feel and when.
I'm excited for that. We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers with his full weather authority forecast.
You guys like pistachios?
Love them.
Yeah. Today's National Pistachio Day.
I saw that on Google. I figured
pistachios were founded in 1673 when the Puritans brought them over from Egypt. And
I did some Googling too.
Right.
I'm just kidding. I have no idea.
If you click on the Google, it probably tells you that.
I had you going for a little bit. Right? I like to, and do you guys like to open them? I don't like to buy the bags where they're already shelled.
No,
I don't like that.
Right.
Like I want to do it like a little, like an audit.
Yes.
Like I want to get in there.
Your mouth is all salty.
Like,
your lips wrinkled.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, all right, enjoy some pistachios this morning. How about that? I like pistachio crusted salmon. Have you guys ever had that? All right, now we're talking food. Here we go. Downtown Baltimore, good morning to all of you. Looking outside. How about I step out of the shot here and let you take in this beautiful shot in HD. Now, I just stepped outside myself, and I don't know about you all, but it smells to me like spring. We did see a few light showers that rolled through just over the last hour or two, and our temperatures the freezing marks. We didn't get snow, but we had a little bit of a mix and really nothing stuck on the ground. Wind, not really much of anything, but it definitely smells and feels kind of fresh outside. So here we go as we get closer to those temperatures that are going to climb. So kids getting out to the bus stop this morning, beep, beep, you still need to make sure they're bundled up because temperatures will be in the 30s. But look at that. By noontime and recess, mid to upper 50s and lower 60s when you get them at the bus stop in that 3, 4, and 5 o'clock hour. That means today would be a good day to get out there and play some golf. On our forecast, 43 by 9 a.m. We'll be in the upper 50s by noontime, and let's start getting into golf shape here, guys, with upper 50s and lower 60s across the region. 60 Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, 62 Towson, Lutherville, Timonium, lower 60s for you, Dundalk out through Essex and Middle River. Numbers in the upper 50s for Bel Air, Aberdeen, and Perryman, even up in the Northeast and Elkton at about 58 for you in Cecil County today. Great day to fly today, pilots. We're looking at VFR conditions. Visual flight rules, a bunch of people buzzing around Martin State yesterday, and that's probably going to be the same thing today because we are tracking some changes in our forecast with some more rain rolling in. Also a good day to throw some stuff on the grill this afternoon. Throw the grill cast up there with lower 60s through 4 p.m. and upper 50s in that 5 and 6 o'clock hour. So here's our future scan. We're dry today. Watch what happens tomorrow. Tomorrow afternoon, we'll pick up a couple of scattered showers. Wind is going to pick up from the south on Tuesday afternoon into the evening time. And then the next weather maker is that stronger cold front coming in on Wednesday. Wednesday morning start with some showers. Rain will continue through most of Wednesday afternoon. As long that frontal boundary, wind is going to pick up as well. It will be warm, but then much colder behind that front. So those temperatures are kind of all over the place here. We'll enjoy 3 days in the 60s, almost 70 on Wednesday, even with the rain. And then look at that, Thursday only in the upper 40s as those numbers come back down to earth. But we get those temperatures to rebound again right as we get into the first weekend of March. Patrice?
All right, let's see what's happening on the roads in our Lynn Stoller traffic network. We are getting reports of an incident in Hartford. Look at the video coming from that area. This is 95 South past Churchville Road. Camera showing cars still making their way through the area, but you see they're moving slowly, and you see all of the flashing lights from the emergency crews in that area. Let's take a live look now from our Lynn Stoller mobile track out in Aberdeen, heading north on 95. Pretty blue skies to start this morning. No incidents for him on the road. Let's check in now with Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Patrice. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. We've got Camden train 845 operating with a 5-minute delay. The other trains of MARC look good for travel. Light rail, good news there. You'll find service totally restored from that disruption of last week on time from end to end there on light rail. If your ride is on Metro, you'll encounter a delay. It's presently running about 10 minutes late, so certainly allow time for travel there. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Millions of Americans are in financial distress. I'm Janae Bowens in Washington with a look at the cities hit the hardest.
February is National Heart Health Month. Coming up in our 7 o'clock hour, we'll introduce you to some foods and that you should be choosing to make a heart-healthy plate. 6:21, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
6:24, and we have a consumer alert for you this morning.
Despite cooling inflation and a low unemployment rate, millions of Americans are still in financial distress.
National correspondent Janae Bowens has a look at why and which cities are being hit the hardest.
Cesar Zepeda closed the doors to his San Antonio restaurant just a few weeks ago.
We're still paying extremely high prices, sometimes 3 or 4 times what we used to pay.
He told our station there higher operating costs ruined his business. And he's not alone. San Antonio is in the top 10 on Wallet Hub's list of cities with the most people in financial distress. Chicago, Houston, New York, Los Angeles, and Dallas make up the top 5.
I think inflation and the cost of living are big reasons why we're seeing such a difference in where people are struggling.
Wallet Hub's Christy Mathern says employment opportunities also vary from place to place.
This study looks specifically at numbers of individual bankruptcy filings, credit accounts and forbearance, and credit score changes over the past year, and the number of people Googling things like debt and loans. So some people in bigger cities, we found that they're Googling debt and loans pretty heavily right now.
A dire situation Cesar can relate to.
I've tried so hard the last year and a half to make it work and to keep going, but after a while, you just can't afford to lose more money.
Experts say if you're struggling, budget. Try to avoid taking on debt, consolidate the debt you do have, and keep looking for jobs with higher pay. In Washington, I'm Janae Bowens.
Partly cloudy skies with temperatures climbing into the lower 60s later today. Coming up, how long these spring-like temperatures will stick around.
And the Terps landing their biggest commit of the Kevin Willard era. Still ahead, the 5-star recruit and Baltimore native heading to College Park. And now you can watch Fox 45 News for free anytime on Amazon Fire TV or Samsung TV Plus. 6:27 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, This is Fox 45 Morning News.
Look at that. Just gorgeous. We're taking a live look over Federal Hill, the Domino Sugar sign there, Federal Hill Park. Conditions calm as we're expecting a warm up later today, but you just can't take your eyes off the sky. Temperatures reaching the lower 60s. Our Weather Authority team also tracking some rain coming. They're going to let us know when that's going to move into the region. Welcome back on this Monday. 6:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and let's head right over to our meteorologist, Justin Chambers, looking at the forecast. And a beautiful start, and it looks like it's going to be a warm afternoon.
Should be a very nice afternoon. A good start to the work week and school week as well. Final week of February, just 4 more days left in meteorological winter before we get to meteorological spring come Friday. So looking down the 395 right now, overall not too bad. Charm City Tank Shot looking good as well. A couple of minutes away from that sun coming up. We're in the 40s in Western Maryland and in Annapolis, but across the state, most of us are in the low to mid 30s for Hagerstown, Westminster, Bel Air, right at 32 in Baltimore City and 31 as you wake up with us in Laurel. But numbers will keep climbing. We'll be in the mid to upper 30s through 8 a.m. Mr. Bo says we're good to go. 40s by 9. On our way to highs today in the lower 60s. Tomorrow, low to mid 60s. However, it comes with some rain tomorrow afternoon. And even Wednesday's high of 68 is going to come with a pretty decent amount of rain as our next weather maker rolls through. So we'll talk about that and what happens after the rain and that system moves out of here coming up in just a few minutes from right now. All right, any issues on the roads right now, Tom, for your Monday?
Yeah, actually, there's a major issue right now in Harford County right here. You can see this is 95 right near Churchville Road, and the flashing lights there, both sides actually are impacted by this. There's an accident that occurred and went into the median. They have now the northbound lanes are, you can see that on the left-hand side. They're moving along fine. They had one lane closed down in the median. It looks like the southbound lanes are the biggest impact. There's a slight delay. It's not indicated on the map next to it. Turning now to your session 2024 coverage, lawmakers in Annapolis are holding hearings on 2 key bills this week.
One bill would eliminate early release for good behavior for first-degree sex offenders. The other bill deals with juvenile justice reform.
Olivia Dance joining us live this morning with the 3 main pillars of the juvenile reform bill. Olivia.
Well, that's right, Tom and Patrice. This week, the House of Delegates will hold its second hearing on an extensive juvenile justice reform bill. Governor Wes Moore says he's in full support of the plans, which includes extending probation for young offenders.
I think we have to increase the probationary period. You have to have a probationary period that's long enough for the young person to actually receive the supports.
The bill has 3 pillars. Democrats want to, as I mentioned, extend probation for young offenders. They also want to expand certain criminal charges to children as young as 10 years old and reform the intake process within the Department of Juvenile Services. While Governor Moore has been supportive of the plans, DJS Secretary Vincent Schiraldi has not publicly commented on them. Schiraldi has been a vocal advocate against probation for young offenders. Governor Moore, though, insists that Schiraldi's views have no impact on his crime plan, but Baltimore pastor P.M. Smith disagrees.
I know leadership. When the leader has to tell the people working with him and for him that he's the leader, there's some issue there. Now, Mr. Schiraldi, as far as I'm concerned, as long as he's in this administration, the governor is just talking. He's parroting accountability, because he's beginning to hear footsteps behind him. And the voters not happy with what he's doing with crime so far.
And of course, we will be covering the juvenile justice bill hearing this week. You can find any updates on our website, foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
City leaders are running out of time to spend the city's COVID relief funding allotment. $641 million is still on the table. It must all be allocated by the end of this year and then spent by the end of 2026. So far, just 29% of the funding has been spent and just half of the money has been earmarked. Legal expert Eurypsy Morgan joined us on Fox 45 Morning News this weekend, saying city residents are not seeing the benefits of the money.
If you ask people what's different from 2 years ago, do you feel like the city has come into $641 million? And the answer is that no, because it's been spread so thin over so many groups that it's not going to have the necessary impact. And the fear is, of course, that at the end of this, we're going to be sitting here as a city with all of these issues and all of these areas that really desperately need funding, and we'll have actually nothing done.
Sheila Dixon and Through Vignarajah are calling out the mayor's management of the money. They're accusing Scott of investing in his own campaign rather than the city. Dixon is questioning why the mayor didn't spend the money on necessary departments with a history of underfunding, like Baltimore's police and fire departments. She wants an audit of the spending.
This one-time amount of money, the city will never see again. And the fire department not getting zero amount, which is a 24/7-day-a-week operation, could have benefited. Housing with vacant properties could have benefited. Some cities took total advantage of it. So it just shows, here's another example of very poor management in city government. I mean, under my administration, I was in a recession. We had none of that kind of money, and we were able to do more than what's going on. So it just shows poor leadership and not the kind of vision for the future. This is money that would have taken us into the future for Baltimore.
It is the only way for us to be confident that this $641 million once-in-a-generation gift hasn't been completely frittered away to repay donors and developers and help improve your re-election chances.
The mayor's campaign is responding to the criticism in a lengthy statement, reading in part, quote, Mayor Scott's handling of this federal funding is contributing to a historic reduction in homicides, reopening and building new rec centers and playgrounds. It goes on to point out that Vignarajah has not said what he would do with the funding.
New details in the brutal murder of a University of Georgia student on campus. What we're learning here today as students prepare to head back to class and why it's bringing up concerns over border security.
Residents on edge after a string of robberies in Riverside. Coming up, a closer look at the surveillance footage and the possible connection between the robberies.
Temperatures are rising, which means spring is around the corner.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers will be letting us know just how warm it will get as we spring into March. 6:37, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
The weekend brought cold and precipitation in different forms in parts of the country, at least two types in Virginia, from sleet that fell for a while to mountain snow that showed up in fluffy flakes, with a furry friend ready to enjoy it all. And the frosty weather left behind an elegant windshield design on this car Sunday morning.
For more content like this, follow the National Weather Desk on Instagram.
Today, students are returning to class at the University of Georgia following the brutal murder of Laken Riley on the school's campus in Athens just last week.
Let's get over to Megan Gillen in our live center with the new details we're learning this morning. Megan.
Yeah, guys, we know the 22-year-old nursing student that you see right here was found dead on Thursday after she did not return home from a morning jog. Police finding Riley's body with visible injuries near the school's intramural fields and are now confirming that she died of blunt force trauma. Their main suspect is the man you see right here. This is 26-year-old Venezuelan national Jose Antonio Ibarra. Immigrations and Customs Enforcement just confirming yesterday that the suspect illegally crossed into the U.S. near El Paso, Texas in 2022. He was paroled and released before he was arrested again a year later in New York City. But Ibarra was released again by police before a detainer could be issued, and that's when police say he fled to Georgia. Take a look at this. Governor Brian Kemp outraged over Riley's death, writing on X, quote, "Joe Biden's failed policies have turned every state into a border state." The family now speaking out for the first time since Riley's death, writing, "Laken was an amazing daughter, sister, friend, and overall person in general. Her love for the Lord was exemplified in every aspect of her life. She will be missed every day, but we promise to honor her life moving forward in a very big way." Taking you live now to Athens, Georgia here this morning before the sun comes up there this morning. Of course, the ad just popped up right there, but still, we know that along with Riley's sorority, the school is hosting a vigil this afternoon to honor her. Her funeral will be held on Friday. That's the latest from our live center. Tom.
Thank you, Megan. Impeachment push. The actions the Senate is set to take today against Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas and his border policies.
Well, if passed, will use public dollars to cause harm on
Giving kids the right to learn. Just ahead this morning, why some say a bill moving through Annapolis could actually hurt students. 642, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. .644 in your morning rush. People living in Riverside are on edge following multiple robberies. Olivia Dan's joining us live this morning with a closer look at their surveillance footage. And Olivia, is there a connection between the robberies?
Yeah, Patrice, police definitely think there is. In fact, one of these robberies happened in this area just behind us here. So near Riverside Avenue and also East Fort Avenue. Baltimore police say that a white BMW SUV has been used in several robberies in this Riverside area. Fox 45 News obtained surveillance video of an unsuspecting female robbed of her car keys and cell phone. One of the suspects can be heard demanding the victim's passcode to her phone before speeding off in a white BMW. Now, a few days before, just 2 blocks away from here, another unsuspecting person walking down the street before being robbed by the same suspects in the same vehicle as the other recent robberies. And then in the last 6 months, there have been 16 robberies and 2 carjackings in Riverside. Coming up in about 15 minutes, concerned residents explain the impact that these robberies are having on this area. Back to you.
Thank you, Olivia. New details this morning in Cecil County. Fire officials say a chimney in Perryville caught fire. Thankfully, no one was hurt. Officials say the smoke alarm did not go off since the fire was above the ceiling level. In the meantime, the American Red Cross teaming up with Joppatown Magnolia Volunteer Fire Company to install free smoke detectors in the Edgewood area. Installing more than 24 smoke detectors just yesterday, emphasizing the importance of both having an alarm and routinely checking it. 6:46, and we need to find out exactly how warm it's going to feel. It doesn't feel like that out there now.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers says that a warm-up is on the way, though.
Yeah, and the whole thing that can describe this week, guys, is Hershey Park. You know, roller coaster, right? Okay. Roller coaster with temperatures. Everybody talks about the temperature roller coaster.
I did too. I would have gone Six Flags.
I went right to chocolate when you said Hershey Park.
Yeah,
I just started thinking about the.
That's exactly what I thought. I like where we're getting some candy.
You can always talk about candy. That's never a problem. Yeah. But I just meant, okay, what? King's Dominion? What's the other one? The Six Flags? Okay, fine. You understand what I'm trying to say. I'll show you that temperature map here in just a moment. Right now, looking outside, well, we're about 4 weeks away, just over 4 weeks from opening day right there at Camden Yards. Excited for that as the boys continue their winning ways down in Florida and getting another win yesterday afternoon. So love that. I know it's preseason, but still things are starting to get going here. 32 your temperature right now, BWI. Notice on your coffee cast, mid to upper 30s and lower 40s for the next couple of hours. That sun comes up here, or is up now, and we'll go to bed tonight at 5:55. So looking at the 10 o'clock hour, your numbers this morning on our Brewers Hill cast, 48. That's typically where we are for our afternoon highs, and we're going to hit that by about 10 a.m. And then those numbers climb to the lower 60s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Should be a very nice Monday afternoon. Temps still in the upper 50s by about 5, 6 p.m. So grilling outdoors or maybe just eating outdoors for this afternoon, evening time. Check these numbers here. Upper 50s and lower 60s. Chestertown, Stevensville, down through Easton. 58 Annapolis. Lower 60s for you, Columbia and Laurel. Right about 63 in Baltimore City and 60 in Westminster today. And up and down the 95 corridor, more of the same. The district at 64 today. Upper 50s in Philly. Right about 50 if you're heading down to Ocean. Now, here's that temperature tracker. This is what I was talking about. So we're kind of riding on top of where that roller coaster is here for the next 3 days. Even with the rain coming in, could get to 70 by Wednesday, but then we fall off pretty significantly. That, woo, you know, and then about 20 degrees difference here for Thursday. But then those numbers go back up and you get back to that second part of the roller coaster into the end of the weekend and next week. All right, so here's a look at our future scan. We're dry today. You'll see a mix of clouds and sun. Tomorrow, some showers work in tomorrow morning. Really, tomorrow afternoon is when that rain is going to pick up for the first round. We've got 2 rounds of rain. And then that next stronger weather maker comes in on Wednesday morning, especially Wednesday afternoon. Here's that strong cold front. So we'll see those rain showers through most of the afternoon, those strong wind as well. And then behind that, everything is cleared out, but that colder air rushes in back behind that as well. Here's a look at your holiday countdown. Meteorological spring starts on Friday, but the spring equinox in just 22 days, so 3 weeks from tomorrow. Remember, a couple weekends from now, we're going to be springing forward with our time change. And there it is, opening day just 31 days away with Eddie the Easter Bunny in 34 days. That's Easter Sunday, the end of March this year. Here's that 7-day forecast. Notice after those rain showers roll through, we're good to go. Friday gets a little cloudy, may see a stray shower or two, but then as we head into the weekend, we're in the upper 50s and mid 60s. Pretty nice first weekend of March.
Well, let's take a look at what's happening on the roads in our Lynn Stoller traffic network. We've been tracking this accident in the Aberdeen area for the past hour or so. It's 95 south at Churchville Road. You can see all of the activity there on the southbound side. Northbound getting by slowly as people are rubbernecking, but just give yourself some time through that area.
Well, it's been a disappointing season for Maryland's men's basketball. The future is looking bright in College Park. Baltimore native and five-star center Derek Queen is going to play for the Terps. Queen is in the program's first five-star commit since Jalen Smith, and the highest rated commitment since Diamond Stone.
Happening tonight, the CIAA tournament is back this week in Baltimore. Some of the top HBCU teams from across the country are competing for the title at the CFG Bank Arena. The tournament tips off tonight with the Bowie State women taking on Winston-Salem State at 7 p.m. Tickets are still available at the tournament's website.
Game time at the Kennedy Krieger Institute in Baltimore, hosting the East Regional Wheelchair Basketball Championship. Kennedy Krieger is home to several adaptive sports teams known as Bennett Blazers. Started in 1989, the goal of the Blazers, teach children about how disability does not define them.
When I found adaptive sports, it allowed me to open doors and avenues that I never thought I'd be here. Never thought I'd be going to college for this. It's been such a game changer with my mental health and everything, and it's taught me so much and how to talk to my teammates and play as a team and work with people. It really helps you in a lot of environments that you wouldn't think it. Like being at school, talking with kids, you learn how to say things and do things and help kids in a better way.
I saw it on the TV at Kennedy Krieger, and I asked my mom if I could play it, and then she said yeah.
The Blazers ended up winning the title. They'll head to the national championships in Richmond, which starts in April.
If you typically fish for trout, bass, or carp, this guy is fishing for aluminum, steel, and copper. Coming up, Mark Clark is going to be doing a bit of fishing on his own down at the Inner Harbor.
In our 9 o'clock hour, we are going to jump into leap year with some basic exercises that will target every muscle group from head to toe.
Oh, that means we need to get ready. We need to get revved up for that. We need to get started.
We need to get some caffeine. It's time for a coffee break before the whole body workout.
If your child isn't learning and they're in public school, then what are your options? If your child is unsafe while in school, then what are parents to do?
This bill, if passed, will use public dollars to cause harm on public schools. This bill labels schools as quote unquote failing schools in a manner that is not recommended or utilized by MSDE. On top of that, it retaliates against these struggling schools.
A new bill proposed by Calvert County Delegate Mark Fisher seeks to provide students in a, quote, failing school with a chance to transfer to a private or parochial education. But not everyone is on board. Opponents say the bill could actually do more harm than good. Political commentator Armstrong Williams joins us this morning. Good morning, Armstrong.
Good morning, Patrice.
So if your child's zoned school is failing, and in this case, that means it's getting 1 star or less for 3 consecutive years, should you be bound to that school, or should you be able to move at the school system's expense?
Well, if you're a parent, as you are, a parent always wants what's best for their child, and they want their child to learn. And a parent will do just about anything for that child to learn. If that means removing that child out of that system, that's what it means. But you know what I think, Patrice? I think there's something that we don't discuss here often enough. I think there's just a much deeper issue here. Around the world, with the exception of the United States, we celebrate teachers. They're revered around the world. They pay salaries commensurate with CEOs. And so even though a lot of professionals probably would not want to go back into teaching, if they're paid the right kind of money, they would do so because they understand the impact they have on a child's life. You and I both remember our favorite science, English teacher. And there are other issues too. Also in the United States, you don't have to be proficient in a subject matter. There are a lot of teachers today teaching science and math who never had any kind of background in science and math. And so if you're teaching, when I was in science and I was in philosophy, I loved hearing about Francis Bacon and Benjamin Banneker and Pythagoras and Euclid and Sir Isaac Newton. And you can really get a kid to thrive in English and math if you can take them on a journey through the fact that you've mastered these subject matters. So the issue is a lot of these teachers are just not really teaching in their discipline because they're not trained for it. And that's a problem that we don't talk about enough.
Okay, so that is the larger issue, perhaps. But for this specific bill that's being proposed, if as a parent, I don't feel like my child is getting the education that is going to serve them in life, should I be able to transfer them at the school system's expense? Because there are people on the other side that say if we do that, if we spend money to let you transfer your kid out, then we're hurting the larger school system as a whole because we're not pouring money into the school system to make it all better, to bring it all up.
That's not what we're saying. We're saying you failed my child, and this is unacceptable to me. And I'm going to find a way to educate my child because give that child the best chance at a future. You look at what's going on in this country today. Children need that passport. Of course, it's just common sense. You know, I can answer that in 5 seconds. Yes, you're going to move your child.
You say it's common sense, but the originator of the bill pointed to Governor Moore, whose mother pulled him from a public school when he was starting in Agorastray, put him in a military school, which the governor has credited with changing the trajectory of his life and his movement. But he's not necessarily a fan of this type of program. He wanted to cut the Boost program, which is similar to this, which would because he said we need to put that money and focus on public school systems as a whole. So it's not getting the support that you just jumped on and said, oh, it's common sense. Everybody would want this.
Well, we do know the governor has a tendency to change his mind, especially when he gets a different perspective. He did say on the town hall, who he listens to the most, the people. And I assume if parents tell him this is what's best for their children, I think he would listen and change his mind. I mean, listen, a parent is going to do whatever is necessary to educate their child. That's the bottom line. There's no compromising on that. That's a parent.
And should the school system help foot the bill for that? If you have a school that you can go to and that school is funded by public dollars, should you be able to take your kid out and the public school system money help you to do that? Or, like you said, a parent's going to do what they have to do. If I have to work 3-4 jobs, maybe I have to foot that bill myself. Should the school system be part of helping that?
Patrice, if it keeps that child out of crime, out of drugs, give them self-worth, where they're contributing citizens to the United States, absolutely, unequivocally, yes.
Okay. And we will leave it there. Armstrong, thank you.
Thank you, Patrice.
Fox 45 is continuing to press Baltimore City Public Schools after one of its high school math teachers was arrested for rape. Here's what we know so far. Mustaf Pitts is being held in jail without bond. Yesterday, Baltimore City Public Schools confirming that he was placed on administrative leave following his arrest. Pitts teaches at Reach Partnership in Baltimore. He's been employed by city schools for the past year and a half, according to court documents. The 46-year-old was arrested February 3rd after an adult called police and reported he raped an underage family member earlier that day. The document states the victim told investigators Pitts had been raping her for the past 5 years. For our full coverage of this incident, you can head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Coming up, police are investigating a string of robberies in Riverside. Olivia Dance has more on resident concerns about a possible link between these incidents. Then justice reform on the table in Annapolis. Ahead, we have more on the bills that are trying to revise the state's juvenile crime laws. And congressional candidate David Trone joins us live in studio this morning. Stay with us until the end of the hour for a live announcement about his campaign for U.S. Senate.
Temperatures are not too bad right now, but we're going to be warming up for the afternoon, and we've got a nice string of days ahead. We'll talk about it on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good Monday morning to you. It's February 26th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Step outside. It's cool, but it also, well, here at the station, a different odor outside. Yeah. Maybe spring in the future, maybe. Well, maybe a college storm. I'm not sure.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers said that he smelled spring in the air.
Yeah.
But if you're calling it a college tour, it's very different. I did, and I'm like throwing a casting that line and trying to reel in spring here. I don't know how to fish, but either way, our temperatures are definitely going to be warmer as we head into the afternoon. Right now, still chilly. You can see from our Towson camera, everything looking good right there on the roads. Chilly Monday morning, warmer numbers for the afternoon, and we are tracking some rain for midweek. If you are going to get out for a run or a jog next couple of hours, it's chilly, mid to upper 30s for your temperatures, but we're definitely going to be warming up for the afternoon. Maybe that afternoon run will be even nicer for you, and you can put some shorts on. Back with your full forecast coming up. Tom?
All right, let's take a look at your Len Stoller Traffic Network, and it looks like we are still tracking the incident that happened in Aberdeen. You can see the flashing lights. It's 95 southbound right there, and it's at Churchville Road. Traffic cameras show emergency crews on the scene. Before it was in the median, and north and south were the ones that, the north and south lanes were the ones that were the issue there. And you can see that the median, though, is still the issue. And you can see that there's still a vehicle in there. So northbound lanes, you're fine coming up. Southbound lanes are going to be the issue. Also, north of this, just off the map that you see above the lenstoller.com traffic network, there's another little fender bender that's happening there. Still not sure exactly the details there, but we will find out. And around the rest of the area, we're looking pretty good. Well, happening this morning, residents are concerned for their safety as Baltimore police investigate a string of robberies in Riverside. In fact, Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning with a closer look at the surveillance footage and the possible connection between those robberies. Olivia.
Yeah, so Tom, one of these robberies actually happened in this area. So near Riverside Avenue and East Fort Avenue here, Baltimore police say that a white BMW SUV has been used in several robberies in this Riverside area. Fox 45 News obtained this surveillance video of an unsuspecting female robbed of her car keys and cell phone. One of the suspects can be heard demanding the victim's passcode to her phone before speeding off in a white BMW. And then a few days before, just 2 blocks away from here, another unsuspecting person walking down the street before being robbed by the same suspects in the same vehicle as the recent robberies. In the last 6 months, there have been 16 robberies and 2 carjackings here in Riverside, of course, leaving residents on edge.
Well, it's scary. I walk around a lot. I walk everywhere. That's why you live here, so you can walk to all the places around here. They come up in a car, and there's 4 or 5 of them.
And on Friday, a white BMW SUV was also involved in a carjacking. When police tried to stop the vehicle, the driver sped off on West Lombard Street. And it's also still unclear exactly how many robberies these suspects are involved in. But for now, reporting live in Riverside, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
As the race for mayor continues, candidate Sheila Dixon took part in a crime walk Friday night in Morrow Park, saying it is time for city leaders to do more to address crimes like car thefts and burglaries.
When I come in the house or bring my car and park it in the garage, I don't want to have to feel nervous and have to look around. I shouldn't have to coming into my neighborhood, and no one should. And I know that the police focus on going after the violent offenders, and we got to do that, but there's a balance. Right. And we've got to be able to deal with these issues, because this is why people leave.
Fox 45 News also sat down with retired Chief Judge Wanda Hurd, who is growing more and more frustrated with leadership at City Hall. Hurd says there's been too much finger pointing and not enough action.
Car is missing, or there's been a windshield broken. It's affecting my ability to feed my children. Why do we have to choose which things we're going to have and which things we're not? Judges sit on the bench. We don't fix the problems. The job and the responsibility of making it a wonderful place for us to live falls on the person we elected to do that job. And we elected a mayor to do that job. Just like we elected a state's attorney when things weren't working.
Well, one possible solution was launched by City State's Attorney Ivan Bates last year. Bates creating the citation docket to try and tackle low-level crimes that the Mosby administration did not prosecute. However, its effectiveness has come into question. Recently. In fact, the probe started last Wednesday at City Oversight hearing. That's when we learned BPD had only issued 37 citations that ended up making it to court, and nearly half of those were rejected because of mistakes. Top officials with Baltimore's police department say some of it comes down to incorrect wording.
Why is the volume of citations issued so low?
It's still a process for us, right, to issue a citation. Even if we see that individual doing something, we still have other policies that doesn't say as soon as we engage, we're automatically issuing a citation.
Now, members of the state's attorney's office says they trained the Maryland Comptroller and Field Enforcement Bureau, which had 83 citations make it to court, more than double the amount from BPD. They also trained the MTA, which had 64 sent to court. State's attorney's office says they offered to train city police, but initially police did not accept their offer. Now, BPD says officers will undergo that training. Still, the state's attorney's office says their main concern is that when citations are not being written, offenders are missing out on getting their help.
That's what city residents and visitors of the city want to see, because that's what we hear every single day. What are we doing about these quality of life crimes? When are the police going to start issuing these citations?
The problem is not just with police. The state's attorney's office says they sent an MOU to Monzi when the docket began to share diversion resources. However, the SAO says they never heard back.
They told us that was being reviewed by legal and then their director, but we've yet to receive any movement on that MOU. And as of January 22nd, we still had not received anything. And I know that as of today, it has yet to be signed.
Fox 45 News reaching out to Monzi to see what their next steps would be. A spokesperson says leadership changes affect the MOU. But also, Monzi says that it looks forward to establishing the agreement to ensure the long-term sustainability of the state's attorney's work.
Fox 45 News has done extensive reporting on this issue. For a complete list of stories, you can head to our website at foxbaltimore.com. In just hours, the Senate is set to be sworn in as jurors in the GOP-led trial against the Homeland Security Secretary.
We want to get right over to Megan Gillen. She's in our live center with the impeachment trial about to get underway. Megan.
Yeah, we are taking you live to Capitol Hill here, guys. This is where the Senate is returning this morning following that 2-week recess. And first on their list of things to do, taking up 2 articles of impeachment against Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. We know the Republican-controlled House impeached Mayorkas by a single vote earlier this month over alleged high crimes in his handling of the southern border. Lawmakers are charging Mayorkas with willfully and systematically refusing to enforce existing immigration laws and breaching public trust when he told Congress the border was secure. So the question is, guys, what happened happens next. Well, under impeachment rules, a group of House lawmakers will deliver the impeachment articles to the Senate floor. That is when a group of senators will be sworn in as jurors for an impeachment trial. However, big however here, if Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer can rally a simple majority, he could dismiss the trial outright. And that prospect is now pushing over a dozen lawmakers to urge Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell to pressure Schumer to hold a full trial today to not shirk their constitutional duty. That's the very latest from our live center. We'll send it back to you, Patrice.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says 31,000 Ukrainian soldiers have been killed since Russia first launched its invasion 2 years ago.
Zelensky went on to say that tens of thousands of citizens have also been killed in Russian-occupied regions, but clarified the exact number will not be certain until after the war. His remarks come as U.S. are looking for aid for the country remains in limbo in Congress. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan voicing optimism. Lawmakers will pass aid for Ukraine, but only if House Speaker Mike Johnson puts it up for a vote.
If he does, it will pass. We'll get Ukraine what it needs for Ukraine to succeed. If he doesn't, then we will not be able to give Ukraine the tools required for it to stand up to Russia, and Putin will be the major beneficiary of that.
The Senate advanced a package earlier this month that would have delivered about $60 billion to Ukraine, but the House left for a 2-week recess without bringing up the proposal.
Well, here's a look at stories making your headlines this hour. Coming up, debate in Annapolis as the legislation tackles juvenile justice reform, the changes that could hold more juvenile offenders accountable.
And February is Heart Health Month. After the break, we're speaking with a medical professional about what foods you can eat that help your heart. 7:11 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined. This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by GBMC.
The phrase "sitting is the new smoking" carries more weight than you may think. And right beside it, a sedentary lifestyle sits bad eating habits, both major contributors to obesity. Joining us this morning for our Monday Morning House Call, Director of Nutrition for GBMC's Comprehensive Obesity Management Program, or COMP, Jana Wolf. Good morning, Jana.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Sure. We talk about obesity, and lots of times you hear different things. People say, okay, well, it's your BMI. That's the only thing that matters. But there's a whole lot more to it. And where most people are getting it, as it seems like more and more of us are being labeled as obese than in, say, 20 or 30 years ago.
Right. So what I like to work with my patients on is more meal patterns versus numbers and specific nutrients and getting down to the nitty gritty. Mm-hmm. So meal patterns should be consistent, having balanced plates, making sure that you have a structured time frame for your day. And I usually recommend making sure that the plate has a good variety of fruits, vegetables. They can be frozen, fresh, but that requires you to go grocery shopping, and also eating out less. So focusing on removing some of the fried foods, alcohol, these can all really help with the integrity of the heart.
A lot of people will know these things, but it's really establishing those habits then. And when you hear about how many times that you eat a day, you may be different than somebody else. So how do you teach your patients, okay, this is where we need to start, this is where you're going to end up, and it may take some time?
Yeah, the body loves to run on a nice little pattern or schedule. Right. So if you reteach it how to eat on a regular schedule, then your body will give you signals. So being very aware of the little acute signals that your body gives you every few hours will let you know when to fill the tank. So I usually recommend for most patients, depending on their lifestyle, eating within a few hours of waking up, and then every 3 to 5 hours having something with some protein, fruits, veggies, and a smart starch.
Can you give us an example of something that we need to have nearby? Because if you don't have something, you kind of go for the other things that are there. And we have vending machines downstairs here. I don't think there's anything on that would be put on your plate if we're trying to cut back on obesity.
Right, so going grocery shopping ahead of time and having maybe some cut up veggies with a little bit of dip, or a cheese stick, or some low-fat yogurt. Those are nice little snacks to have, a piece of fruit that you can grab with you. But also just maybe preparing your meal. If you're cooking ahead of time, prepare 2 servings so you can bring it with you for lunch, and then you don't have to order out all the time. And making sure that you have a lean source of protein like chicken, fish. Fish also is, since it's February, Heart Healthy Month, fish is great for the heart, and it has omega-3 fatty acids. So having that at least twice a week is really good for, your entire body. But making sure you make a couple of servings for yourself so you're not scrambling when you get to work.
And great tips right there. Jana Wolf with GBMC, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, it's 7:18, and we need to get another check of our forecast. Looking nice and bright behind him over there.
Yeah, speaking about getting rid of obesity, we can get outside and walk today, get our miles in, right?
Yes, I wasn't sure how that tease was going to go. Speaking of obesity, here's Chambers. Yeah, no, it is going to be a good day to do that. And by the way, if you bring fish to work, just heat it up upstairs in the sales department. That way we don't have to worry about it down here in the newsroom. So our downtown Baltimore cam, and we are talking about Camden Yards. 31 days out from opening day. I can't believe it's like a month away. It's less, 4 weeks from Thursday, March 28th, as the Angels will be in town. Rally towels, everyone gets those as they're getting out to Camden Yards. Of course, the boys are doing some split squad stuff today down there in Florida as spring training continues. HD radar, we had a couple of showers, just a few light showers that rolled through earlier this morning, but most of all that activity is out toward the eastern shore parts of Delaware and out toward the ocean at this time. This is our hourly future scan. Today, a little bit of a light southerly breeze, but notice those red arrows. That's that milder spring-like air that is coming through. So a mix of clouds and sun for us for the afternoon. May see a stray shower overnight. We'll get some more cloud cover around tomorrow through midday. And by about, I'd say 2, 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, we are tracking our first round of some rain showers. Even though we've got the milder conditions, that wind is going to pick up too. Possibly some moderate to heavy rain in that 4 and 5 o'clock hour on Tuesday afternoon. So the commute Tuesday night or Tuesday evening is going to be a bit on the wet side of things. Then we have another weather maker coming in on Wednesday as well. As the kids head out to the bus stop, beep, beep, still make sure they are bundled up. Right about 30 here this morning, mid-50s through noon. And when you pick the kids up, I mean, we're shedding those layers like an onion, peeling them back. 60s for a lot of us, a mild afternoon. Hank the Bird excited about that. Yeah, he's excited about the O's too, as he always is. But upper 30s here by 9 a.m. into the mid-50s by noontime. Should be a very nice afternoon to do some outdoor stuff. Reisterstown at 60 today. Same number for you there in Eldersburg. Lower 60s in Towson, down through Lutherville and Timonium. Up and down the 95 corridor, upper 50s in Philly with low to mid 60s for Baltimore down through D.C., right about 50 if you're heading down the ocean. Now, taking a look at our temperature trend, notice what happens. Next couple of days, we stay well above average. Big drop off on Thursday behind that cold front as we'll be back to the 40s. But then it's a nice steady warm up as we head into this upcoming weekend. So overall, our 7-day forecast, while it does come with some rain, we also have some very warm conditions and well above average for this time of year. Notice on Friday, some cloud cover rolls back in. May see a stray shower or two, but overall, we're going to be dry for that first weekend of March. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lynn Stoller Traffic Network and continue to follow this accident. This is in Aberdeen. 95, really southbound, is most impacted by it. 2 vehicles were involved, and you can still see the emergency crews there. That's causing some delays, but it's gotten a lot better for you. So if you're traveling 95 southbound through Aberdeen, not that big of a deal. The other issue, there's no camera showing it right now, but this is right at 295, just near Bush Street in Baltimore City. There's 2 vehicles involved there. That's causing a backup. So northbound 95, once you cross over 95, you'll get you'll be stuck in traffic there before you can head down to, the casino or the Top Golf Center. That's where that accident has occurred.
And then let's take a live look from our Lynn Stoller mobile track now out on the outer loop in the area of Windsor Mill, and up to speed. There are no issues for him in that direction.
Well, coming up, an announcement from congressional candidate David Trone. We have an exclusive interview with his latest campaign update live here in our studio.
And we're in the Inner Harbor. Now we're going to be fishing, but magnetic fishing. Look, this bench came from magnetic fishing. What will we find this morning? A scooter, a car, a spaceship? We'll tell you coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
724. Typically, we'd say grab your pole, but this kind of fishing doesn't use traditional equipment.
Yeah, no bait either, really. Mark Clark is live right at the Inner Harbor with some pretty strong magnets that are able to pull all sorts of things up from the water. Have you caught anything so far yet this morning, Mark?
Well, you know, Patrice and Tom, we're here live at the scene, and Evan, you mentioned the strong magnet. Now he's latched onto something, Patrice and Tom. What do we have here, Evan? Oh, wait a minute now.
We've got a bike.
It looks like it's a bike.
Nice little BMX bike.
Wow. Okay, well, I don't think we'll be riding this one anytime soon. But Evan, is this pretty common? Like we showed the bench that you pulled out of here.
Yeah.
And we saw you going down there. You had a couple bags, and then all of a sudden a bike.
Yeah, that's pretty typical around here. I mean, especially along the promenade, people are riding around and inadvertently fall in or just something tips over, and we find a lot of things along here.
Wow, look at it. Look, that looks like, now, so the detectives, we can see, Kenny, it was locked up. Somebody, the bike, nobody stole the bike. It just got thrown into the, to the water.
Hey, this is a nice bike, a nice little BMX bike. You can have some fun on it.
Okay.
Maybe fix it up.
Well, guys, this morning, who knows what we'll find this morning? I didn't think you're going to find anything, but you said it's pretty active over here.
Yeah,
So,
there's always going to be something here.
so we don't have to worry about what we're not going to find is some fish. We're not going to find fish.
You're not going to?
Right.
Maybe.
Well, so it's interesting. So we'll find out next time, maybe, Mark, why he started looking for stuff in the harbor anyway. I mean, how did magnet fishing become a thing? It's so interesting what he pulls out.
Yeah, we're going to have to talk. Evan's an interesting guy. Patrice, he went to Chernobyl. He's that kind of guy.
Gotcha.
So
Okay.
I'm sure he's got an interesting story. He
was with the Ravens for a while. Oh, yeah, he's got a great background there. Thank you, Mark. If you'd like some more information about magnet fishing and what you can pull up with a big, strong magnet out of our waterways, head over to our website. That's foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Coming up, it's a cool start this morning, but temperatures, they're climbing. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has the latest on the rain that will be moving through our area.
And coming up, justice bills are up for debate this week in Annapolis. Ahead, we have the latest on attempts to extend probation for youth offenders. 727, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Monday morning. 7:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and get those shorts ready. Maybe not putting them on this morning unless you got something over top, because it's going to be warm this afternoon.
But cold starting now. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here.
Yeah, don't tell your son that. You know he wears shorts. It doesn't matter if it's the winter time or whatever.
Yep.
Yeah, but all of us can get these short sleeves and the shorts, maybe the flip-flops, maybe out for a run or a jog in the afternoon, because we're going to have some very nice conditions. Maybe you just want to hang out on the patio. It's all good. Our Towson cam right now zoomed into downtown Baltimore. We've got mostly clear skies. We did have a few showers that rolled through early this morning, but not much to get in your way. 29 still in Rosedale, 30 in Baltimore City, 34 in Brooklyn Park. But those temps are only going up, friends. A warmer afternoon ahead. We're tracking rain starting tomorrow afternoon and again on Wednesday, but even though our temperatures are going to be well above average. So Mr. Bo says we're good to go. 34 by 8 a.m. in the upper 30s by 9 and on our way to the lower 60s for a lot of us later today. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network. And we do have some good news to report here. There is some issues that have been going on 95 southbound in Aberdeen. That's been a major issue, both north and south. It looks like they've got all the lanes open except for the median southbound on 95. And so the delays have really cleared up there. Everybody else, there's a couple of other fender benders around the area, not causing major concerns. This was the biggest concern of the morning. And you see emergency crews are sitting still on the left shoulder there, but they are leaving the scene.
7:32, state lawmakers are getting ready to head back to the legislature, and there are two big bills that we are keeping an eye on.
Well, one bill would eliminate early releases for good behavior for first-degree sex offenders. The other bill deals with juvenile justice reform.
Olivia Dance joining us live this morning with the principal details of that juvenile reform bill. Olivia.
Well, that's right, Patrice and Tom. This week, the House of Delegates will hold its second hearing on an extensive juvenile justice reform bill. Now, Governor Wes Moore says he's in full support of the plans, which includes extending probation for young offenders.
I think we have to increase the probationary period. You have to have a probationary period that's long enough for the young person to actually receive the support.
This bill has three pillars. Democrats want to extend probation for young offenders, as I mentioned. They also want to expand certain criminal charges to children as young as 10 years old and reform the intake process within the Department of Juvenile Services. While Governor Moore has been supportive of the plans, DJS Secretary Vincent Schiraldi has not publicly commented on them. Schiraldi has been a vocal advocate against probation for young offenders. Governor Moore, though, insists that Schiraldi's views have no impact on his crime plan, but Baltimore pastor P.M. Smith disagrees.
I know leadership. When the leader has to tell the people working with him and for him that he's the leader, there's some issue there. Now, Mr. Schiraldi, as far as I'm concerned, as long as he's in this administration, the governor's just talking. He's parroting accountability, because he's beginning to hear footsteps behind him. And the voters not happy with what he's doing with crime so far.
And we will be covering the juvenile justice bill hearing this week. Of course, you can find any updates on that on our website, foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. As lawmakers work to address juvenile crime in Maryland, there are growing frustrations about transparency within the Department of Juvenile Services. Baltimore Senator Corey McCray is calling on the Department of Juvenile Services to be more open with the people of Maryland. DJS Transparency Act of 2024 would require DJS to give the General Assembly a report every year, including the number of children under DJS supervision in the last year who were shot, have shot someone else, or were killed, as well as the age and location of each child. Senator McCray says his bill stems from frustration with Secretary Vincent Schiraldi.
Whenever any non-fatal shooting, any type of homicide took place in my district, multiple juveniles were shot, I reached out to the respective secretary at that time. Tried my best to do that in July. Unfortunately, it went unresponsive.
Senator McRae's push for transparency comes at a time when the Department of Juvenile Services has been under fire. Names of offenders and details about juvenile cases are shielded from the public, and sometimes even getting data is difficult.
Fox 45 News has combed through the department's data guide for the budget year 2023. DJS touts 92% of cases diverted had no new sustained offenses within a year, but that is for budget year 2021, despite the agency highlighting that information in the executive summary. After demanding clarity from DJS, the public still has to dig through more than 250 pages to find more updated data.
The second hearing this week is for a bill named after Baltimore Tech CEO Pavel Lepere. She was killed in her apartment last fall.
Lepere's suspected killer was a convicted offender, but he was out of prison on good behavior credits. The bill would end the early release for people convicted of a sex offense.
All of our extended families are victims. The employees of EcoMap Technologies, Pavel's friends and co-workers, and other members of the Baltimore tech community ecosystem are victims. The entire city of Baltimore was held hostage, and as a result is also a victim.
One example, one time is one time too many. We want to make sure that we put laws in place that will keep all the citizens protected.
Fox 45 News will be in Annapolis covering the Pavel Lepere bill hearing and the juvenile justice bill hearing this week. Follow along with our reporting online and at foxbaltimore.com.
Baltimore City leaders are running out of time to spend the city's COVID relief funding allotment. $641 million on the table, but it must all be allocated by the end of this year and then spent by the end of 2026. So far, only 29% of the funding has been spent, and only half of the money has been earmarked. Legal expert Riverside Morgan joined us on Fox 45 Morning News this weekend saying city residents aren't seeing the benefits of this money.
If you ask people what's different from 2 years ago, do you feel like the city has come into $641 million? And the answer is that no, because it's been spread so thin over so many groups that it's not going to have the necessary impact. And the fear is, of course, that at the end of this, we're going to be sitting here as a city with all of these issues and all of these areas that really desperately need funding, and we'll have actually nothing done.
Mayoral candidate Sheila Dixon and Through Vignoraja are calling out the mayor's management of money. They are accusing Mayor Brendan Scott of investing in his own campaign rather than Baltimore City. Dixon is questioning why the mayor did not spend the money on necessary departments with a history of underfunding, like Baltimore's police and fire departments. She wants an audit of the spending.
This one-time amount of money, the city will never see again. And the fire department not getting zero amount, which is a 24/7-day-a-week operation, could have benefited. Housing with vacant properties could have benefited. Some cities took total advantage of it. So it just shows, here's another example of very poor management in city government. I mean, under my administration, I was in a recession. We had none of that kind of money, and we were able to do more than what's going on. So it just shows poor leadership and not the kind of vision for the future. This is money that would have taken us into the future for Baltimore.
It is the only way for us to be confident that this $641 million once-in-a-generation gift hasn't been completely frittered away to repay donors and developers and help improve your re-election chances.
Now, the mayor's campaign is responding to the criticism in a lengthy statement, reading in part, Mayor Scott's handling of this federal funding is contributing to historic reduction in homicides, reopening and building new rec centers and playgrounds. He goes on to point out that Vignoraja's, they say Mr. Vignoraja's pretend concern is that he did not have what he would say with the funding in his response. Well, coming up, a mayoral candidate is demanding an audit of Baltimore's federal COVID relief dollars. We have more on how ARPA funds have been spent and why some are concerned about where the money's still going.
And it's partly cloudy today with highs in the low 60s. Stay with us for the latest weather maker. We've got more from meteorologist Justin Chambers. 7:39 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Well, now it's time to get another check with your forecast, because today it's one of those, he says it every time, onion effect.
We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers here.
Peel back those layers. That's what we're talking about, especially as you get the kids out to the bus stop, because we're still talking about temperatures in the 30s right now. Some of us still below freezing, still a February morning. But as we head later into the afternoon, we're going to get some of that incoming solar radiation heating that ground up. And you'll need a jacket this morning, definitely the sunglasses, but no need for the umbrella today. Rain is going to be an issue starting tomorrow and also into Wednesday, but these temperatures are going to stay well above average. So how about today? A high of 63. Why not? Lower 40s tonight, and even in the mid-60s tomorrow, even with some of that rain that's rolling in by tomorrow afternoon. Some big changes, however, later in the week with those temperatures. We'll talk about that roller coaster coming up in just a few.
Coming up, a live theatrical performance. Joining us in our 8 o'clock hour for a sneak peek of an exciting take on a famous Greek mythology play that saw Orpheus travel to the underworld and what happened with his lover.
And Senate candidate David Trone live in studio with us. Stay with us after the break. He's got a big announcement related to his campaign for U.S. Senate. 7:43, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. $7:45 now. Congressman David Trone is vying for Maryland's open Senate seat. New to the race is Republican Larry Hogan, which polls show could give him a run for his money, even as he battles Prince George's County Executive Angela Alsobrooks for the Democratic nomination. With the May primary approaching, Trone is continuing to make waves, including news that he'd like to break on our air this morning. As part of our election 2024 coverage, Congressman David Trone is joining us this morning. Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning. Good to be here.
All right, let's jump right into it. What is your announcement?
Well, the announcement today is the grassroots organizations in Eastern Maryland and Western Maryland have come together and proposed a clean campaign pledge. And their thinking is Larry Hogan's coming, he looms, and let's us Democrats work together, talk about the issues, putting people over politics and not attack each other. So we think it's a fantastic idea. I know it's supported by Governor Moore, Senator Cardin, Congressman Rask and Ruppersberger, et cetera. So we're hopeful that our opponent's going to agree and we can move forward with a clean campaign pledge. And that's what I know voters want.
I was going to say, people would like to hear more about what you're going to do for them versus what others are not going to do. That doesn't give them a sense of what they can expect.
Absolutely. People want to know how you're going to make their life a little bit better and how you're going to focus on big issues that are tearing our country apart.
All right, we're going to get to Governor Hogan, former Governor Hogan, in just a minute. Let's talk about you still have to win the Democratic primary coming up. Now, your polling shows that you are ahead of Angela Alstrobrooks, but there are people who'll say, of course it does. It's your polling. She dismisses it and says that you're not in touch with the needs of people as she is.
Yeah. Well, we're certainly very in touch with the needs of folks. And, you know, I grew up, we didn't even have indoor plumbing when I was 11, 12 years old. So, you know, we grew up in a tough school, a tough way.
Your situation much different now, though, multi-millionaire.
Much different now, but you didn't start wealthy. We started with virtually zero at 28. My father went bankrupt, so we started with zero at 28, then built a big business. And I think people really appreciate and respect that you're willing to put your own resources, your family's resources, because you want to put people over politics and not take the PAC money, the special interest money that's corrupted our whole system.
We're talking about millions that you have put in. Some people will say that people are attracted to you less about your policies. It's more your money that's buying your way through this.
People are attracted to the policies that we talk about, the importance of dealing with the addiction crisis. 100,000 dead. I lost my nephew. Policies like mental illness. Both of these affect my family. They're personal to my family. Dealing with systemic racism in our criminal justice and economic system, education, getting that better. That's what they're attracted to. And the fact that the special interest money, $2 billion, that's the real big point in this whole issue on money, special interest.
Let's bring up former Governor Hogan. It seems that people are attracted to him because the polls show that in a head-to-head race against you, he is in the lead. What do you say to that, and how do you change that?
Yeah, that was a poll taken by the Republican Senatorial Committee. Basically, Mitch McConnell working hard to recruit Larry Hogan. We predicted Larry Hogan would be in this race. We predicted he'd line up the last day. He did exactly that. McConnell is recruiting Hogan. A vote for Hogan is really a vote for McConnell. And that poll grossly oversampled white voters, independent voters, and Republican voters. We've done 3 polls with Hogan. We're ahead in 2, and we're tied in 1.
How do you carry out the rest of this race? We were talking before the break, and you said it's a much different race now that Hogan is in it. How do you finish this?
Well, you focus on Baltimore City, Baltimore County, this whole area here, and think about what Larry didn't do. I mean, how did Larry give up $800 million to build the Red Line here in Baltimore? Tens of thousands of great jobs and transportation for folks east to west. We got to talk about what Larry didn't get done.
All right. Well, you've still got a few more months to go. I know it's been a long road so far. We appreciate you coming in this morning.
Well, happy to do it. Love to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. Take a look at what's coming our way. A lot of what looks like fog behind you. What happened?
Yeah, just a little hazy right now, Patrice, just as we're zoomed in. And of course, one thing everybody can agree on is temperatures when they're in the 60s, it's nice and it's good to be outside, get a little taste of spring here over the next couple of days. And we're starting off on the cold side still with temperatures below freezing officially in Towson. No wind to speak of at this time. And we're going to see partly cloudy skies for most of the day today. Overall on our HD radar, early this morning, we had a few light showers, but those are long gone. We are dry up and down the East Coast. So really a very quiet afternoon for the most part. We are tracking our next weather maker. We have 2 weather makers that are going to bring rain coming tomorrow and even into Wednesday as well. But we're going to be in the low to mid 30s next hour. So we'll slide just above freezing. As we head toward noon, we're already going to be in the 50s, and we're going to see those upper 50s and lower 60s as we take you into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour on your Monday afternoon. So overall, not too bad. Check out some of these temperatures too. 49 is typically where we are this time of year. How about lower 60s for Westminster, Cockeysville, upper 50s in Bel Air, even the Eastern Shore, you're in the upper 50s and lower 60s, 63 in Baltimore City down through Laurel, 64 in the district and mid 60s in Richmond. So across the old line state, we're talking about a pretty nice afternoon. Now, we do have the temperature tracker, and you can see that trend after we get through Wednesday. Those numbers fall back to the upper 40s. It's a brief drop off before we get those numbers to climb right back up as we head to the weekend. This is the future scan. Again, a few clouds out there today. We'll see some of those showers tomorrow morning and then off and on showers on Tuesday afternoon into the evening time. And then that second weather maker stronger. This is that cold front coming in. Wednesday morning, you'll start to see some showers. The wind is going to pick up Wednesday afternoon along the front. We'll get warm before we get cold, but along that frontal boundary, wind is going to be strong. We'll see some moderate to heavy rain at times. It's quickly out of here. It's a very quick moving system. And by Thursday afternoon, plenty of sunshine, a little blustery, but definitely colder. That's what I was talking about with those numbers that are going back down. But Friday looks good for the first day of meteorological spring. And then the first weekend of March, we're talking upper 50s and mid 60s and staying dry.
Well, coming up, AT&T is handing out a credit after last week's outage. Ahead, we have more on the company's response and how much money customers should expect.
And leap into the leap year with this exciting Monday workout. Stay with us in our 9 o'clock hour for the perfect way to kick off your week. I already did that by falling on the floor this morning. I started my work week, my workout, had to get back up.
It's been busy this morning around here. And if you're feeling like skipping the gym for some extra Z's this morning, then you may need some caffeine to get you up and out of bed or up and off the studio floor.
That's right. Let's take a coffee break. This morning, CFG Bank Arena stands quiet in downtown Baltimore, but in just under 12 hours from now, it is going to be filled with fans cheering on a week full of postseason college basketball, watching to see which of the top HBCU teams from across the country will win a title.
It is the home for both CIAA men's and women's basketball tournaments, and the first round tips off later tonight. Here's a women's bracket where Winston-Salem State and Bowie State will open the proceedings tonight, starting at 7.
Then the men's tournament tips off at 9 with St. Augustine's facing off against Bluefield State. The Baltimore City Department of Transportation is implementing traffic modifications already around CFG Bank Arena, and it will last throughout the week.
Now, the following curb lane closures will be implemented starting at 6 this morning. So they are already in effect, and our photographer was out there showing some of those. It will go through 11 at night, March 3rd, and they are Biddle Street, Calvert Street, and Hopkins Plaza will all be impacted. For a complete list and the headaches you may endure around for some traffic, head to our website, foxbaltimore.com. Coming up, we had a cool start this morning, but highs remain in the 50s and 60s. Is that magnet fishing going on down there? Meteorologist Justin Chambers has a look at your temperatures. And if you are wanting to do some fishing at the Inner Harbor, yeah, you may want to join Mark Clark there.
A string of Riverside robberies has residents there concerned. Just ahead, the possible link between the break-ins. 7:57, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all.
Well, it's scary. They come up in a car and there's 4 or 5 of them.
Multiple robberies are under investigation in Riverside. An in-depth look at surveillance video and the car that could connect the string of crimes.
Why is the volume of citations issued so low?
A method to solve the problem of quality of life crimes is having its effectiveness questioned. What the Baltimore City Police Department is promising now.
Our temperatures on the way up. In fact, next couple of days, we're going to be well above average. We'll talk about that and the rain that's on the way this week as well.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Monday, February 26th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Last Monday of the month, meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at our...
So I'm ready to say bye, Felicia, and get on out of here as we are talking about March right around the corner. As we take a look outside here, this is a beautiful shot. Plenty of sunshine out there. A few clouds hanging around, but overall, Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam is looking good at this time. 31, your number, Cockeysville and Hunt Valley. We've made it above freezing in Baltimore and Woodlawn and Brooklyn Park, but still hanging out a little chilly. 40 in Dundalk right now. So if you are out for a run or a jog, even just a walk around the neighborhood next few hours, you're looking good. 30s and 40s. Later today, any of that outdoor exercise will be good to go, because look at that. A high of 63 this afternoon. Definitely a mild afternoon with those numbers well above average. Back with your full forecast. We do have rain that we have to track here for the next couple of days, and we'll talk about how and when it's going to impact you in just a few. Patrice?
All right, taking a look now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network as we look through a little bit of hazy sun there at Ruxton Road and Charles Street. Everybody moving up to speed.
In a city in crisis, Baltimore police are investigating a string of robberies in Riverside. Residents telling FOX45 News they are concerned about their safety.
Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning with a closer look at the surveillance footage and the possible connection between the robberies. Olivia?
Well, Patrice and Megan, one of those robberies actually happened in this area. So this is Riverside Avenue here, and just behind us is East Fort Avenue. Baltimore police say that a white BMW SUV has been used in several robberies in this Riverside area. Fox 45 News obtained surveillance video of an unsuspecting female robbed of her car keys and cell phone. One of the suspects can be heard demanding the victim's passcode to her phone before speeding off in a white BMW. And then a few days before that, just 2 blocks away from here, another unsuspecting person walking down the street before being robbed by the same suspects in the same vehicle as the recent robberies. In the last 6 months, there has been 16 robberies and 2 carjackings in Riverside, of course, leaving residents on edge.
It doesn't make anybody feel good, right? To see someone walking down the street and see that they may or may not match a description of people that are going around committing crime.
Now, on Friday, a white BMW SUV was also involved in a carjacking. When police tried to stop the vehicle, the driver sped off on West Lombard Street, and it's also still unclear exactly how many robberies these suspects are involved in. But for now, reporting live in Riverside, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Mayor Brandon Scott is touting a reduction in violence across the city. And while shootings and homicides are down, his opponents say residents still don't feel safe.
Sheila Dixon took part in a crime walk Friday night in Morrell Park, saying it is time for city leaders to do more to address crimes like car thefts and burglaries.
When I come in the house or bring my car and park it in the garage, I don't want to have to feel nervous and have to look around. I shouldn't have to coming into my neighborhood, and no one should. And I know that the police focus on, going after the violent offenders, and we got to do that, but there's a balance. Right. And we've got to be able to deal with these issues, because this is why people leave.
Well, Fox 45 News also sat down with retired Chief Judge Wanda Hurd, who is growing more and more frustrated with leadership at City Hall. She says there's been too much finger pointing and not enough action.
Car is missing, or there's been a windshield broken. It's affecting my ability to feed my children. Why do we have to choose which things we're going to have and which things we're not? Judges sit on the bench. We don't fix the problems. The job and the responsibility of making it a wonderful place for us to live falls on the person we elected to do that job. And we elected a mayor to do that job, just like we elected a state's attorney when things weren't working.
Fox 45 News has done extensive reporting on this issue. For a complete list of stories, you can head to our website at foxbaltimore.com.
In just hours, the Senate is set to be sworn in as jurors in the GOP-led trial against the Homeland Security Secretary.
Let's get right over to Tom Rogers in our live center with the impeachment trial that is about to get underway. Tom.
Yeah, in fact, taking you live to Capitol Hill right here, where the Senate is returning this morning following a 2-week recess. And first on their list of things to do, taking up 2 articles of impeachment against Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. We know the Republican-controlled House impeached Mayorkas by a single vote earlier this month after a failed attempt over alleged high crimes in his handling of the southern border. Lawmakers are charging Mayorkas with, quote, willfully and systematically refusing to enforce existing immigration laws and breaching public trust when he told Congress the border was secure. So what happens next? Well, under impeachment rules, a group of House lawmakers will deliver the impeachment articles on the Senate floor. That's when a group of senators will be sworn in as jurors for an impeachment trial. However, if Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer can rally a simple majority, he could dismiss this trial outright, most likely going to happen from a lot of political correspondence. And that prospect is now pushing more than a dozen lawmakers to urge Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell to then pressure Schumer to hold a full trial today and not shirk their constitutional duty. We'll see if that happens. That's the latest from our live center. Megan and Patrice.
All right, Tom, thank you. We have some breaking news here this morning. We are hearing about a bus crash in Anne Arundel County. You are taking a live look from that crash there. You can see there is a car kind of trapped underneath that bus right now. We are working to find out more about what caused this and if there are any injuries as a result. The clock continues to tick down in the 2024 legislative session. The 2 critical bills being put in front of lawmakers as they work to make real change happen in Maryland.
Charm City is set for a tip-off tonight, where Baltimore can see some of the best HBCU hoopers all week long.
What a great week to have all those folks in town to enjoy temps in the 60s. However, we do have some rain that is going to impact us later this week. We'll talk about that coming up.
And before we head to break, a quick look at your Len Stoller traffic network here. We are tracking that accident on 95 heading northbound, the right shoulder currently closed. We're seeing a large backup in that area, and obviously the bus crash now that we're following in Anne Arundel County. It's 8:08. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. All right, it is 8:11. It's time to get another check of your forecast.
That's right. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with a look at the week ahead.
And our warmer week, too. Nice start to the end of February. You can see a lot of blue sky out there, not much wind. Overall, should be a very nice afternoon. And temperatures right now are still chilly. We're in the low to mid 30s, but we've been hanging in the 40s in Annapolis, Stevensville, for you. Even in Easton and Talbot County, you're about 41 at this hour. So next few hours, temperatures will keep climbing. We got some yellow on here indicating those lower 60s as we head into the afternoon with that southwest wind bringing us the milder air. Back with your full forecast. We will talk about the rain and how that's going to impact us as we head through the middle of the week as well.
In our next half hour, an outlook for this year's economy, why experts are raising their expectations.
This one-time amount of money, the city will never see again.
A call out of Mayor Scott's management of money. Up next, the audit they're asking for and the response from the mayor's office. It's 8:12 and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
It is the only way for us to be confident that this $641 million once-in-a-generation gift hasn't been completely frittered away.
Baltimore mayoral candidate Dhruv Vignarajah now demanding an audit of the $641 million that Baltimore City received in federal COVID relief funding. This morning, David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance is joining us live to weigh in on this. David, good morning.
Good morning, Megan. And boy, that's music to my ears. I love to hear him say that he wants an audit of this money, because it's really critical that this happens. This is a lot of money, and he's right. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the city, and they can't blow this, right? And that's why there needs to be an audit. Now, the mayor's office has said, well, we have all this money committed already. Well, that's true, but only 30% of it has actually been spent. So now is the time to do the audit.
Let's talk about that, David. If an audit were to happen, how would it play out?
It's easy. You get a CPA, you make sure it's independent, right? It can't be connected to the Board of Estimates. It can't be connected to the mayor, because there's been a lot of questions about how they've been spending money. And basically, you look for documentation on everything that's happened the past 2 years, the money that's been spent. But also, this is a rolling audit. This is going forward. So as money is spent, audit that money also, since only 30% has been spent so far.
Well, you're saying 30% has been spent, but David, we are hearing the city has said all of the money has been committed to various projects. In that case, is it too late to have an audit?
Absolutely not. So when they say committed, they're saying $50 million to Monzi, right? Well, Monzi hasn't gotten that $50 million yet. They've only gotten a small fraction of that. It's what they're going to get in the future and before 2026, because that's when they have to spend it by. And that's, I think, a good example of Monzi, because they are expanding, right, way beyond this money. So it's going to put the city in a really weird position that they're going to have to fund Monzi and these new positions way beyond when this money runs out. And that's why this audit is critical.
And, you know, David, you know, the audit offers transparency. You can see where the money is going. Do you find it at least optimistic that they're not just throwing the money out there willy-nilly and giving it some thought?
Well, that's kind of the flip side of this, is that only 30% has been spent. But what's going to happen, Megan, is we're in a primary season. Is the mayor going to start spending a lot of this money to try to curry favor with donors? And what's going to happen before 2026? They're going to spend this money really quickly, and they're not going to be able to do oversight. When the money is spent quickly, you can't do a lot of oversight. So my concern is that 70%, there could be a lot of problems with that.
Very interesting. All right, David Williams, thank you for weighing in. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
8:18, and we are looking ahead to a week where temperatures could creep into the 60s.
I'm excited about that. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers, taking a look. As you know, spring starts technically this week. It makes sense we're in the 60s.
Yeah, meteorological spring. That is exactly right. On March 1st, which is Friday. Yes, we have an extra day this year because it's a leap year, so an extra day of meteorological winter. But next couple of days are going to stay in the 60s, and we'll get a nice little preview. And even this upcoming weekend's looking pretty good. It's midweek where we have to get through some rain and some of those colder temperatures. But before you know it, I mean, we're just about a month away from opening day. Remember, it's the last Thursday in March there at Camden Yards, and they're doing more of the split squad stuff today down in Florida as the O's continue spring training there. Up and down the East Coast, pretty quiet conditions. We had a few showers that rolled through earlier this morning, so your cars may be just a little bit wet as you step outside, but that's good for all that stuff that's growing, especially when you get a day like today. Now, all of the red arrows there, that's that milder air that's coming in. So most of us will slide into the 60s by this afternoon, and we're going to stay dry. We'll get some clouds rolling in overnight. Tomorrow morning, we'll start off cloudy, but we're dry through midday on Tuesday, and then it's Tuesday afternoon that it looks like our first round of some rain showers are going to roll through. This is going to be about 3, 4, 5 o'clock. Some of us may get some pockets of some moderate rain at times, but overall, that'll be the first round of rain before our next round rolls through on Wednesday. So golfers, take advantage today. If get out there, upper 30s next hour, mid 50s by noon. Anything you want to do outside really this afternoon is going to be great, and we're going to see not a lot of wind with just kind of partly cloudy skies. Very almost spring-like day. Upper 50s and lower 60s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your high temperatures today. Numbers for you in Howard and Arundel counties also in the 60s. Ellicott City, Columbia, down through Glen Burnie and Pasadena, still in the upper 50s, a little closer to the water near Annapolis. And friends in the eastern shore, you're going to see 50s and lower 60s all up and down the coastline, looking pretty good there from Rock Hall down through Talbot County and Easton. Now, our temperature trend tomorrow and Wednesday, well above average. Notice Thursday's the drop off. Those numbers are going to drop by about 20 degrees, and it's going to feel a little bit colder, but still near average. Friday and Saturday, those numbers go right back up. So again, it's kind of temporary with that cold blast there. All right, here's our future scan, kind of the larger picture. So there are the few showers that are around on Tuesday afternoon and evening. Again, the stronger storm is Wednesday. You can really see that cold front right there. We'll get milder air well out ahead of that, so it's going to warm up nicely even with the rain, and that rain's going to move through Wednesday afternoon into the evening. Behind that, the colder and drier air works in on Thursday. So here's a 7-day forecast, and again, look at those temperatures. Not too bad for the first weekend of March, so just be ready for all of what spring has to offer. Patrice?
All right, let's take a look at our Lynn Solar traffic network now, and we're still tracking an accident, 95 southbound. Major delays through that area, at least earlier. You still see them backed up there in that upper camera there, so give yourself some time there. The left center lane and the left shoulder are closed.
Well, here is a live look now from our Len Stoller mobile track. This is 695 heading towards Towson. We've got some volume out there, but moving along just fine.
Coming up in our next half hour, we're taking to the stage for a classic Greek tragedy. We're going to see a piece of the performance that's coming to a college near you.
This morning we are magnet fishing. Stick around to find out what we find coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
We all know that Baltimore has a rich history, and now we are diving into it, fishing out those stories.
Mark Clark is live at the Inner Harbor finding treasure by magnet fishing. Mark, do explain.
Hey, so I didn't catch, my magnet got nothing, but Evan's down there, and Patrice, you wanted me to ask Evan, how did he come to this? So Evan, first of all, we got something, another bike.
Yep.
Oh, okay, all right. Let me tell you something. That's quite a fragrant bike, too. That bike stank.
Yeah, it does. Be glad you don't have smell-o-vision.
so Evan, how did you come to this? When did this start?
Yeah, this all started for me during the pandemic. I was looking for a way to get out and about, have some fun, and find things around the city. And then it turned into almost like an environmental initiative.
And you do this around the world.
Yeah, we travel all over looking for stuff in the water. A lot of it down here in Baltimore. But if there's like a body of water and I pass by it, I'll pull over, throw my magnet, and see what I get.
And let me tell you guys how adventurous, I mentioned this briefly, but Evan actually one of the few people who's actually been to Chernobyl. And so you're just exploring everything. I mean, you've gone crazy, sir.
Yeah, I've been all over the world. I've gone to Chernobyl, spent a lot of time there. Would love to go to Fukushima next and explore that. And if there's history there, I want to go check it out.
Again, and so can people also, can they come and do the same like I did?
Yeah, every Thursday I host a magnet fishing event in Fells Point. The location's posted on my Instagram before time, and you can just come out. If you have your own magnet, that's great. If not, sometimes we have extra ones we can give to you to throw out.
Well, guys, we're talking about magnet fishing, so make sure you stick around for our next break. Get that? I'll be here all week. Stick around.
Wow.
Oh, my gosh.
No?
Okay, Mark.
That's a pretty hefty magnet to fish all that stuff out.
Amazing.
If you want more information, maybe you want to get out there with him. He said he posts it. You can go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. If you don't want to try your hand at magnet fishing, there are other events happening throughout the area. Just ahead, the festival that's making a comeback in Baltimore.
Plus, lawmakers know heading to work today. It's a big week in session 2024. The bills they're putting the focus on as the countdown to make real change happen continues. It's 8:27 now. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Just about 8:30 here on this Monday morning. We're taking a live look over the city of Baltimore. Sunshine, blue skies, the story to start your work week, along with the warm-up that we've been looking for at least a week.
Yay! Welcome to Fox 45 Morning News on this Monday, February 26th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers. We need to find out exactly how warm and then when we'll get some more rain.
Yeah, meteorologist Justin Chambers has those answers for us.
All of that very kind of spring-like forecast that we have here as we're getting closer to spring officially, trying to get winter out of here for the last couple of days. It's not going to feel like winter for the next 3 days, that's for sure. As we take a look outside, yeah, we have a pretty nice start to your morning. Still chilly, but our Towson cam is looking good at this time. 35 in Baltimore City, 35 as well Brooklyn Park, 38 Joppatown, and lower 30s for you out through Essex, Middle River, and Rosedale. Some of us about 7 to 10 degrees warmer than where we were just 24 hours ago. So out for a run or a jog in the next few hours. We'll get those 30s and 40s going, but you probably can do the jogging shorts this afternoon and short sleeves because we'll top out at about 63 for our high. Even with some of the rain tomorrow, looking at still temps in the mid 60s, and then Wednesday will be a rainy day, but warm, and even upper 60s, close to 70 degrees before that rain rolls in. We'll take a closer look at all of that coming up in my full Weather Authority forecast in just a bit. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Now to your Lens Solar Traffic Network, and we're still tracking a collision, 95 heading southbound, and that was causing some delays earlier. The left center lane and left shoulder are closed. Let's find out exactly where we're talking about there, though. We're talking about one of them that is one incident. This is right at Baltimore's BW Parkway, and your 2 vehicles involved there. One lane is blocked, and that's causing some backups almost all the way. In fact, some of the lights that are on the area, it shows that they're in middle lane there. So it's just south of the city, some backup. And we also had that one that we were talking about in Abington. That is now being cleared. So that's some good news. We also have some breaking news this morning. We're seeing a bus crash in Anne Arundel County earlier. This is a live look from the helicopter that just left the scene, but it was right at Maryland Route 198, and the helicopter is now moving away from the area. But there was a school bus crash, and there was 3 students on board, and you saw that there was another vehicle that was kind of pinned underneath that bus. Our Sinclair sister station in Washington tells us that 3 children were on board, and none of them were injured. School district is working with the bus company now to pick up the kids that were also along that bus route to get them to school.
Turning now to your session 2024 coverage, lawmakers in Annapolis are holding hearings on 2 key bills this week.
One would be eliminating early release for good behavior for first-degree sex offenders. The other bill deals with juvenile justice reform.
We have Olivia Dance joining us live this morning with the 3 main pillars of the juvenile reform bill. Olivia.
Yeah, that's right, Megan and Tom. This week, the House of Delegates will hold its second hearing on an extensive juvenile justice reform bill. Governor Wes Moore says he's in full support of the plans, which includes extending probation for young offenders.
I think we have to increase the probationary period. You have to have a probationary period that's long enough for the young person to actually receive the supports.
The bill has 3 pillars. Democrats want to extend probation for young offenders, as I mentioned, and also expand certain criminal charges to children as young as 10 years old. And finally, they want to reform the intake process within the Department of Juvenile Services. While Governor Moore has been supportive of the plans, DJS Secretary Vincent Schiraldi has not publicly commented on them. Schiraldi has been a vocal advocate against probation for young offenders. Governor Moore, though, insists that Schiraldi's views have no impact on his crime plan. But Baltimore pastor P.M. Smith disagrees.
I know leadership. When the leader has to tell the people working with him and for him that he's the leader, there's some issue there. Now, Mr. Schiraldi, as far as I'm concerned, as long as he's in this administration, the governor is just talking. He's parroting accountability, because he's beginning to hear footsteps behind him. And the voters not happy with what he's doing with crime so far.
And we will be covering the juvenile justice bill hearing this week. Of course, you can find any updates on our website, foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. 8:34, and as lawmakers are working to address juvenile crime in Maryland, there are growing frustrations about transparency within the Department of Juvenile Services. Baltimore State Senator Corey McCray is calling on the Department of Juvenile Services to be more open with the people of Maryland. DJS Transparency Act of 2024 would require DJS to give the General Assembly a report every year, including the number of children under DJS supervision in the last year who were shot, have shot someone else, or were killed, as well as the age and location for each child. Senator McCray says his bill stems from frustration with Secretary Vincent Schiraldi.
Whenever any non-fatal shooting, any type of homicide took place in my district, multiple juveniles were shot, I reached out to the respective secretary at that time. Tried my best to do that in July. Unfortunately, it went unresponsive.
Senator McRae's push for transparency comes at a time when the Department of Juvenile Services has been under fire. Names of offenders and details about juvenile cases are shielded from the public. Sometimes even getting unnamed or mass data is difficult.
Fox 45 News has combed through the department's data guide for the budget year 2023. DJS touts 92% of cases diverted had no new sustained offenses within a year, but that's for budget year 2021, despite the agency highlighting the information in the executive summary. After demanding clarity from DJS, the public has to dig through more than 250 pages to find more updated data. Well, the second hearing this week is for a bill named after Baltimore Tech CEO Pavel Lapierre, who was killed in her apartment last fall. Lapierre's suspected killer was a convicted sex offender, but he was out of prison on good behavior credits. The bill would end the early release for people convicted of a sex offense.
All of our extended families are victims. The employees of EcoMap Technologies, Pavel's friends and co-workers, and other members of the Baltimore tech community ecosystem are victims. The entire city of Baltimore was held hostage, and as a result is also a victim.
One example, one time is one time too many. We want to make sure that we put laws in place that will keep all the citizens protected.
Now, Fox 45 News will be in Annapolis covering the Pavel Lapierre bill hearing and the Juvenile Justice Bill hearing this week. You can follow along with our reporting online at foxbaltimore.com.
Happening today, Prince George's County is hosting a celebration for Career Technical Education Month. That rally will feature close to 600 high school participants in the Career Technical Education program in Prince George's County Public Schools. The county has more than 150 programs across 24 different high schools.
Microsoft and the Harlem Globetrotters. That's right, they're teaming up to acknowledge the educational importance of AI and coding as part of an initiative with the STEAM Your Dreams program. The groups are looking to bridge educational gaps and promote growth while also celebrating achievements through education challenges and events. It starts this afternoon at 4 at the Solo Gibbs Recreation Center. The Baltimore Book Festival is returning for its 25th anniversary. And this morning, city leaders will be confirming the dates of the event as the final weekend sometime in September. The 25th anniversary Baltimore Book Festival will be held in and around Waverly Main Street.
Residents on edge after a string of robberies in Riverside. Coming up, a closer look at the surveillance footage and the possible connection between the robberies.
Partly cloudy skies this morning with temperatures climbing into the lower 60s later today. How long these spring-like temperatures are going to stick around.
And remember, now you can watch Fox 45 News for free anytime on Amazon Fire TV or Samsung TV Plus. It's 8:38. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Here's a look at this morning's Fox Box. In the top left there, Nikki Haley, resolute on her stance that she is staying in the presidential race. Haley traveled to Michigan after her defeat in South Carolina's Republican primary this weekend. Michigan holds the next Republican primary tomorrow.
Now, in the top right that you saw, expectations raised for this year's U.S. economy. According to the National Association for Business Economics, the economy is set to gain 2.2% after inflation adjustments. That's up from the November forecast of just 1.3%. It's the latest signal of a strengthening economy following recession predictions. Economists say this year's upgrade is due to a wide range of factors, including government and household spending.
Now in the bottom left, drivers seeing some relief at the pump to start the week. AAA says the average cost for a gallon of gas, $3.26. That's down 2 cents from 1 week ago. It all adds up. Here in Maryland, gas prices are down 6 cents from last week, with the current cost sitting at $3.32 per gallon. Still kind of high.
Yeah, and you see this in the bottom right-hand side of the Fox Box. A wildfire burns near the Air Force Academy in Colorado Springs. The Academy says the fire started Sunday afternoon. Both the Air Force and Colorado Springs Fire Department trying to work to extinguish it. Pre-evacuation notices were sent out to 2 communities right near that fire, and officials say no homes are in danger.
Game on. At a wheelchair basketball regional tournament in Baltimore, still ahead, how some of the athletes say it gave them a second chance to pursue their dreams.
The classic myth of Orpheus and his lover, she's waving to us right there, the eyes of the story's hero, when you can take a trip to the underworld and find out a whole lot more about what happened down there. 8:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
We are taking a live look. This is CFG Bank Arena in downtown Baltimore, where things are getting exciting. In just under 12 hours, From a week filled with postseason college basketball here. We're set to begin here, and some of the top HBCU teams from all across the country will be competing for a title right here in our area.
And you're zooming in at the home of both the CIAA men's and women's basketball tournaments. The first round tips off later tonight. Here's the women's bracket where Winston-Salem State and Bowie State will be opening up the proceedings. The tip-off is at 7 o'clock.
Then the men's tournament tips off at 9 with St. Augustine's facing off against Bluefield State. Well, the Baltimore City Department of Transportation is implementing some traffic modifications, as you can imagine, around CFG Bank Arena throughout the week.
Yeah, the following curb lane closures were put in place starting at 6 this morning, and they'll last through 11 March 3rd at night, right? So you're coming up, we're talking about Sunday night. Biddle Street, Calvert Street, Hopkins Plaza, they'll all be impacted. But for a complete list of all the traffic conditions, head over to our website. That's foxbaltimore.com. In fact, now we need to find out what kind of weather it's going to be like, because a lot of people coming all across the country coming into Baltimore for this tournament.
It's exciting. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with the travel conditions for those folks.
What better way to welcome everyone here to town with 60s this week, right? I mean, it's great. You can walk around the Inner Harbor, check out all the great things that Baltimore has to offer, fish for some bikes and things out of the Inner Harbor, if you like, with our magnets. But overall, not too bad. Yes, we've got some rain that we've got to get through later this week, but our temperatures could not be better. And I was protesting winter yesterday. I decided I was not going to wear my jacket, and then I got really cold, and I needed my jacket, and I didn't have it. So Mother Nature's like, ha ha, sucker. So 35 your temperature right now in Towson. You still need a jacket as you're out this morning, but as we get into the afternoon, we'll be back to shorts, flip-flops, and short sleeves, because we're looking at pretty dry conditions here and very quiet conditions up and down the East Coast, save for right around New York City and even toward Boston, seeing a little bit of precip there, even some mixed precipitation at this time, but we're not messing with any of that because we're talking about dry conditions. So here's a look at your hourly future scan this afternoon. Notice those clouds hanging around. The red arrows indicating that wind from the south and the milder air that's coming in. We'll get some cloud cover overnight. Tomorrow morning we'll start off dry. Really not going to get a chance for showers until we get to tomorrow afternoon. And even then, will just be some spotty showers here and there. So there's going to be two weather makers, one on Tuesday and a second one that's stronger on Wednesday that we have to look at. So Hank the Bird is excited about that. Hank says, welcome everybody. Basketball. Yeah. Whoa. Yeah, he's liking b-ball. Yeah, I mean, he loves the O's, but come on. So 56 here by noontime, upper 50s, and even a few lower 60s for us this afternoon. This is a great-looking temperature map, right? I mean, 49 is where we typically are for the last week of March. Upper 50s and lower 60s across central Maryland, up and down the 95 corridor. 64 in D.C. this afternoon, 50 heading down the ocean, and mid-60s in Richmond. Man, a great afternoon to throw some stuff on the grill. We did it last night, and we're going to do it again tonight. So you can see that grill cast going in the 60s through 4 o'clock, but upper 50s through about 5, 6 o'clock tonight. Now, we do have some colder temperatures on Thursday. This is behind that next weather maker, the next weather maker, but next 3 days well above average before we drop down near average and a little bit on the cooler side Friday, but we warm right back up. So this is what happens in the springtime. You get these wild temperature swings, and we're close to spring right now. That's what we're seeing. So here's our future scan tomorrow afternoon, and then Wednesday, the stronger storm system. We've got that front right there. That's that colder air, but we're going to be mild well ahead of that, and then the rain is going to be with us through most of Wednesday afternoon and Wednesday night as well, and we're going to see those temperatures really come down behind that system Thursday. But as I mentioned, we're dry and looking good for the weekend with those numbers that climb right back to the 50s and 60s. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. We've got to look at your Len Stoller traffic network. We are still tracking that crash on 95 heading southbound. There are major delays in that area, and we are still hearing reports that the left center lane and left shoulder are closed. The good news is traffic is slowly making its way through, but yeah, it's going to cost you some extra time there. Let's take a live look now from our Len Stoller mobile track here. This is 695 right near Parkville. We've got some volume in that direction as well, but moving.
8:49 is the time, and you thought your wedding day was stressful. My goodness, try traveling to the underworld. McDaniel College students and performers Bella Myers, who plays Eurydice, and Madison DeHayes, who directs the production, are joining us this morning. Okay, ladies, thank you first of all for coming in.
Of course.
We want to talk about what's going on here. This is a different play because normally you think Orpheus is the one that gets all the attention here. How are you changing it, and why did you bring it to McDaniel?
Yeah, Eurydice, the playwright, really recenters the focus of the myth on the protagonist, which is Eurydice. who often gets like kind of thrown out of the limelight. It's just kind of, she's in the underworld and that's all you really hear about it. So this really goes through her journey through the underworld, how she got there, what she's thinking, how she's feeling.
Yeah, anybody that may not know about the Greek mythology, I mean, Orpheus is the one that has to go back to the underworld and bring his wife after she dies on their wedding day. So you died on your wedding day, you go to the underworld. This is like, forget Orpheus and all of his mess ups and everything he did wrong, and then he has a horrible death anyway. You change it a little bit and now you become the main focal point, which it should be. So what is the underworld like?
Well, actually, she dies and goes down to the underworld and forgets everything about her life. And her father finds her there and helps her remember herself and her life. And so it's this really sweet story of them remembering each other. And then she has to choose to try and walk away from her father to follow Orpheus again. And so it's this big choice that she has to make, and finding herself and choosing what she's going to do with the rest of her undead life.
When you were looking at directing plays, I mean, did you think, okay, definitely I want to go Greek mythology, or what was the focal point?
I really wanted to, as a female director, support other women in the theatrical space. So female playwright, female protagonists, they often get overlooked. And in the year of the Barbie movie, what a better time.
Perfect time. Okay, so right now we're going to get a little sample. This is at McDaniel College, starting Thursday through Saturday. You can still get tickets there. But right now, you're ready to see. Can you give us a little sample of what we're going to see?
Absolutely, I can.
All right, I'll step out and let you...
There was a roar and a coldness. I think my husband was with me. What was my husband's name? My husband's name, do you know it? How strange. I don't remember. It was horrible to see his face when I died. His eyes were two black birds that flew to me. I said, no, stay where you are. He needs you in order to see. When I got through the cold, they made me swim in a river. And I forgot his name. I forgot all of the names. I know his name starts with my mouth shaped like a ball of twine. Or I don't remember. They took me to a tiny boat. I only just fit inside. I saw the oars, and I wanted to cry. I tried to cry, but I just drooled a little. I'll try now. What happiness it would be to cry. Thank you.
Great job, Bella. All right. And of course, you can see your play at McDaniel College coming up Thursday night through Saturday. Ladies, thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you.
Great job on picking the play and directing. Really look forward to just giving us a little sneak peek, and they got the applause coming from the crowd going on. Well, you're watching Fox 45. We're all local all morning. It is 8:53. Topping your morning business report, if you were impacted by last week's AT&T outage, you will be getting a $5 credit toward your next bill. The company says it's an average cost of a day's service. AT&T says a network issue, an upgrade, led to the outage, and it has nothing to do with a cyber attack or a solar flare. Federal officials, including the FBI and the FCC, they're still investigating.
The Environmental Protection Agency is considering slowing down requirements for automakers to sell more electric vehicles. The move could dial back aggressive plans to move away from gas-powered cars and SUVs. EV sales in the U.S. hit a record last year, topping 1 million for the first time. But industry insiders say sales are still being held back from higher prices, the lack of public charging stations, and general confusion about the substantial tax credits that are available for buyers.
The Federal Reserve Bank of New York says credit card debt hit a new high of $1.1 trillion from October through December. LendingTree says the average unpaid credit card balance was more than $6,800 in the fourth quarter. Some economists say the debt level is not as alarming as it might seem after taking into account for inflation. They say workers are still commanding robust wage gains, the stock market is on solid footing, and attitudes toward the economy have improved dramatically in recent months.
Now it's time for today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Noki.
So we all live busy lives, and if you're like me, your phone is attached to you 24/7. I have 3 great products for you that are going to help to extend your battery life, keep your phone charged, keep it clean, and protect it. This is Rush Charge. This is a way to still be on the go while your phone is charging. It's so great to not have to miss out on any of those life's moments. As soon as your kid goes up to bat and you want to take that video, you can now. This is always making sure that you have a nice phone charged up to 26 hours. And this is for all devices as well. It's really fantastic. Then we have Pristine Screen. This is a way to clean your screen so easily because the microfiber is all around it. It's such a cool idea. I had no idea how dirty my PC was, my car navigation screen, even my sunglasses I use this for. So it's amazing that you have everything in one here. Then let's talk about Foozy. So Foozy is a thermal capsule that is protecting your phone. Now what that's doing is it's protecting your phone from extreme heat and extreme cold. So it's protecting it with this NASA spacesuit technology. It's such a cool idea. It's gonna help with antimicrobial. It also has military-grade drop protection and flotation so that you don't have to worry if you drop your phone like I do. This is your protection. You're gonna have this size if you want a crossbody or a bigger one for your devices. You can pick this up today for up to 50% off. Go to asadeals.com.
This morning, Baltimore police are investigating a string of robberies in Riverside. Coming up, what surveillance video is bringing to light as residents voice safety concerns.
After more than 335,000 speed camera citations in work zones in 1 year, Maryland is taking action. How lawmakers in Annapolis are trying to address the problem as some cities are adding more speed monitoring systems.
And if you want spring to arrive, well, you are in luck, at least for a little preview the next couple of days. We'll talk about just how warm those numbers get. This is Good Day Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good morning on this Monday, February 26th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen, and we're heating up today.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers is heating up over there. You're singing.
Yeah, well, because Kelly Clarkson, a moment like this. Some people wait a lifetime for a moment like this.
I was trying to figure out what song you meant.
I heard it on my way to work, and I was like, "This is the day, guys. We're gonna get that moment. We're gonna seize it." Temps back to the 60s. We've had 60s this month. I know it was earlier this month, but after our weekend in the 40s and 50s, we're gonna feel a little bit nicer today. Already, we've slid into the 40s, so we're above freezing as we looked out over the 395 down toward the Patapsco. 40 in Bel Air, 43 in Westminster, right at 38 in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, right about 37 for you in Columbia. So a mix of clouds and sun today. Definitely a warmer afternoon ahead, and we are tracking some rain by midweek. So even with those numbers that are above average, it does come with a little bit of rainfall. Not today, though, friends. We're talking about 50 by 11 a.m. and mid to upper 50s, even close to 60 by about 1 o'clock this afternoon. Back with your full forecast. We'll take you through it coming up. Meg?
That sounds good. Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at our Len Stoller traffic network now. We are still Tracking that crash on 95 heading southbound. We're seeing delays still pretty heavy in that area as you look at the bottom screen right there. Also hearing reports of a crash in Baltimore County. This is 695 outer loop near exit 43. Seems to be moving through that section much better through that area right now. This morning, in a city in crisis, Baltimore police are investigating a string of robberies in Riverside. Residents telling Fox 45 News they are concerned about their safety.
Olivia Dance joins us live this morning with a closer look at the surveillance footage and the possible connection between the robberies. Olivia.
Well, Patrice and Megan, one of those robberies happened in this area. So this is Riverside Avenue here, and then that is East Fort Avenue there. And Baltimore police say that a white BMW SUV has been used in several robberies in this Riverside area. Fox 45 News obtained surveillance video. An unsuspecting female robbed of her car keys and cell phone. One of the suspects can be heard demanding the victim's passcode to her phone before speeding off in a white BMW. A few days before, just 2 blocks away, another unsuspecting person walking down the street before being robbed by the same suspects in the same vehicle as the recent robberies. In the last 6 months, there have been 16 robberies and 2 carjackings in Riverside, of course, leaving residents on edge.
Well, it's scary. I walk around a lot. I walk everywhere. That's why you live here, so you can walk to all the places around here. They come up in a car and there's 4 or 5 of them.
And on Friday, a white BMW SUV was also involved in a carjacking. When police tried to stop the vehicle, the driver sped off on West Lombard Street, and it's still unclear exactly how many robberies these suspects are involved in. But for now, reporting live in Riverside, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Mayor Brendan Scott is touting a reduction in violence across Baltimore. And while shootings and homicides are down, his opponents say that residents still don't feel safe. Sheila Dixon took part in a crime walk Friday night in Morrell Park, saying it is time for city leaders to do more to address crimes like car thefts and burglaries.
When I come in the house or bring my car and park it in the garage, I don't want to have to feel nervous and have to look around. I shouldn't have to coming into my neighborhood, and no one should. And I know that the police focus on going after the violent offenders, and we got to do that, but there's a balance. Right. And we've got to be able to deal with these issues because this is why people leave.
Fox 45 News also sat down with retired Chief Judge Wanda Hurd, who is growing more and more frustrated with leadership at City Hall. Hurd says there's been too much finger pointing and not enough action.
Car is missing, or there's been a windshield broken. It's affecting my ability to feed my children. Why do we have to choose which things we're going to have and which things we're not? Judges sit on the bench. We don't fix the problems. The job and the responsibility of making it a wonderful place for us to live falls on the person we elected to do that job. And we elected a mayor to do that job. Just like we elected a state's attorney when things weren't working.
One possible solution was launched by City State's Attorney Ivan Bates last year. Bates created the citation docket to tackle low-level crimes the Mosby administration would not prosecute. However, its effectiveness has come into question recently. The probe started Wednesday at a city oversight hearing, and that's when we learned that BPD had only issued 37 citations that have made it to court. Nearly half were rejected because of mistakes. Top officials with BPD actually say that some of it came down to incorrect wording.
Why is the volume of citations issued so low?
It's still a process for us, right, to issue a citation. Even if we see that individual doing something, we still have other policies that doesn't say as soon as we engage, we're automatically issuing a citation.
Members of the state's attorney's office say they trained the Maryland Comptroller and Field Enforcement Bureau, which had 83 citations, make it to court. That's more than double the amount from Baltimore police. They also trained the MTA, which had 64 citations that were sent to court. The state's attorney's office says that they offered to train city police, but initially police did not accept that offer. Well, now police say that officers will undergo this same training. Still, the state's attorney's office says their main concern is when citations are not being written, offenders are missing out on getting help.
That's what city residents and visitors of the city want to see, because that's what we hear every single day. What are we doing about these quality of life crimes? When are the police going to start issuing these citations?
Well, the problem is not just with police. The state's attorney's office says they sent a memorandum of understanding to Monzi when the docket began to share diversion resources. However, the SAO says they never heard back.
They told us that was being reviewed by legal and then their director, but we've yet to receive any movement on that MOU. And as of January 22nd, we still had not received anything. And I know that as of today, it has yet to be signed.
Fox 45 News reached out to Monzi to see what would be their next steps. A spokesperson says leadership changes affected the MOU, but also says that Monzi looks forward to establishing the agreement to ensure the long-term sustainability of the state's attorney's work.
Fox 45 News has done extensive reporting on this issue. For a complete list of stories, you can head to our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Developing this morning, the Maryland Department of Transportation reports the state collected $9.7 million for more than 335,000 speed camera citations in work zones in 2023.
That's a lot. John Gonzalez with our Sinclair sister station in D.C. joining us with how some parts of Maryland are working to address the issue. John.
Well, here in Rockville, Maryland, the city police department has deployed a new speeding monitoring system, and they've added these new speed cameras. This one is on Wooten Parkway. Well, this camera is going live today. Annapolis lawmakers are also trying to add even more cameras and steeper fines around work zones. According to Maryland's Lieutenant Governor, there are about 300 highway work zones in the state at any given time. A former transportation engineer, she, along with others, testified during a hearing for a proposal that would add automated speed cameras to work zones and would drastically increase the fines for speeding near these work zones from $40 to $290, up to $1,000 for a third offense. Last year, 6 workers were killed when a car barreled into their work zone on 695 in Baltimore. 2023 also saw more than 1,200 crash work zones. That's over 3 crashes a day.
Can you imagine doing your job every day with these kinds of hazards? Seeing someone you work with get injured or killed while just simply doing their job? Every day our workers put their lives on the line, and we need to ensure that they go home each and every day to their families and loved ones.
Now, while this camera here on Wooten Parkway is now recording, citations for the vehicles exceeding the posted speed limit will not be issued for another month. If the work zone proposal is passed, that legislation will not include a 30-day grace period. In Rockville, Maryland, John Gonzalez, Fox 45 Morning News.
Work zone speeding is also an issue here in Baltimore. In March of last year, 6 construction workers were killed after a crash along the Baltimore Beltway. Police say Lisa Lee was driving an Acura TLX along the west side of the Beltway when she tried to change lanes. Her vehicle struck a Volkswagen Passat that was driven by Malachi Darnell Brown.
Well, today, students are returning to class at the University of Georgia following the brutal murder of Laken Riley on the school's campus in Athens last week.
Let's get right over to Tom Rogers in our live center. He's got new details that we're learning this morning. Tom?
Yeah. Taking a video right now of a tour of the campus. We know the 22-year-old nursing student was found dead Thursday after she didn't return home from her usual morning jog. In fact, police finding Riley's body with some visible injuries near the school's intramural fields. They're now confirming she died of blunt force trauma. And the man that they suspect is the man you see right here. Here's his image, 26-year-old Venezuelan national Jose Antonio Ibarra. Now, Immigrations and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, just confirming yesterday the suspect illegally crossed into the U.S. right near El Paso in 2022. And he was paroled and released before he was arrested again a year later in New York City. But Ibarra was released again by police before a detainer could be issued. That's when police say he fled to Georgia. Governor Brian Kemp also sounding off about this, too, reporting here from Georgia, saying that he wrote on X, quote, Joe Biden's failed policies have turned every state into a border state. We're also hearing reaction from the 26-year-old, the family now speaking out for the first time since Riley's death, writing, Laken was an amazing daughter, sister, friend, and overall person in general. Her love for the Lord was exemplified in every aspect of her life. She will be missed every day, but we promise to honor her life moving forward in a very big way. Now, we are told the university, along with Riley's sorority, will be holding a visual this afternoon to honor her. Her funeral will be held Friday. Also, we're learning today, the University of Georgia students are canvassing their campus, looking for enough signatures for a petition to get better lighting and blue light stations put up throughout their campus. That's the latest from our live center. Megan?
Thank you, Tom. Lawmakers in Annapolis are set to hold hearings on two key bills this week. Topping our next half hour, Governor Wes Moore speaks to the bills which are aimed at addressing juvenile justice reform and early release for good behavior for first-degree sex offenders.
Lawmakers are back on Capitol Hill debating government spending. After the break, we'll talk more about their deadline. 9:12 is the time. (9:15), turning to Capitol Hill, where the latest chapter in the fight over government funding kicks off today.
Here we go. Lawmakers returning to Washington this week, and they are facing a March 1st deadline to pass multiple spending bills and get them signed into law.
The National Desk, Christine Frizzell, is live on Capitol Hill with the latest. Christine, deja vu, feel like we've been here before.
Yeah, a few times. And each time Congress passed what's called a continuing resolution, otherwise known as kicking the can down the road. You know, it's only February, but Congress usually operates using the fiscal year, which we are entering the 5th month of. Now, the top line numbers were agreed to in this spending plan. But I should say, we thought we were going to see bipartisan text of the bills last night, but it didn't happen. There just remain too many policy disagreements. For now, funding extends through March 1st for many government agencies, including the Departments of Agriculture, Energy, and the Food and Drug Administration, and then the following Friday, March 8th, for agencies like the Justice Department, the Pentagon, DHS, and the EPA. President Biden has invited the top leaders from both parties to the White House for a meeting tomorrow. Speaker of the House Mike Johnson, of course, in a very tough spot, needing to pass the bill in the House, but with a handful of conservative Republicans saying, if he does so with the help of Democrats, he may lose his job. Other Republicans warning if that happens and brings on a new round of chaos here on Capitol Hill, that could increase their chances of losing their majority in power. So, lots that we're going to be watching here.
Christine, switching gears a little bit to the Supreme Court, they are hearing arguments in a pretty consequential case today that is pitting states against social media companies. What are you hearing? What are the arguments?
Yeah, this is on a pair of connected cases because of laws passed in the states of Texas and Florida. The central question here, do those states or any states have the right to regulate how social media companies moderate content on their sites? Texas and Florida passed these laws a couple years ago because officials there say these big tech companies discriminated against conservatives. They cite examples like the initial blocking of a New York Post story about Joe Biden's son Hunter ahead of the 2020 election, and multiple instances of posts being removed or restricted on Facebook if they question COVID vaccines or mask policies during the coronavirus outbreak. Social media companies arguing having the states regulate their content is in direct violation of the First Amendment, not to mention their rights as a private company. These states maintaining sites like Google and Facebook and X have become the de facto public squares for debate and discussion and should not have, quote, powerful billionaires putting their thumb on the lever. Patrice? Megan?
All right, Christine Frizzell, we'll be watching all of this. Thank you.
Time now, 9:17. We want to check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers and a look at our Monday forecast.
Yeah, not too bad. We're talking about numbers that are going to be well above average. We start a day today and day one of at least 3 in a row with temps well above 60 degrees for the afternoon. So that's going to feel a bit nicer. And the fact that we won't have a lot of wind out there as well for the afternoon. 42 degrees your temp currently at BWI. No wind to speak of at this time. And as we take a look here, your countdown to baseball, we are just 31 days out, guys. We're talking about Thursday, March 28th at Camden Yards for opening day. The season getting started at the end of March. We're already doing spring training. Got to split squad game down in Florida this afternoon. So 2 different games where they're going to be having that squad get the workouts in. Overall, our HD radar up and down the 95 corridor looking pretty good. A few showers here up in New York City up toward Boston, but if you're heading that way, you'll run into that. Overall, we're staying dry. And overall, temperatures too. Mid-40s here in the 10 o'clock hour there at Brewers Hill in your MetroCast day planner. We'll slide into those lower 60s into that 1 and 2 o'clock hour for the afternoon, and even about 4 or 5 p.m. if you're doing happy hour or just hanging out this afternoon and evening with the kids. We're looking at temps in the upper 50s. So let's check the high temperatures in your neighborhoods across Carroll and Baltimore counties. Upper 50s and lower 60s here. Reisterstown out through Catonsville into Cockeysville. 58 Perry Hall and White Marsh. Lower 60s for Canton and Fells out through Fed Hill today. Looking at numbers in Howard and Arundel counties also in the upper 50s and lower 60s. Ellicott City, Columbia, down through Glen Burnie and Pasadena. A little cooler near the water in Annapolis. So you can see our temperature trend Tuesday and Wednesday going up, but notice on Thursday we take a bit of a drop by about 20 degrees. So we'll definitely feel that difference on Thursday. And then those numbers do rebound nicely as we head back into the weekend. So this is a look at our future scan. This is Monday afternoon. Notice we're nice and dry. Those red arrows indicating the milder air. Overnight we'll see some clouds, maybe a stray shower or two kind of rolling through as moisture starts to move in from the south starting tomorrow. And then we'll have the cloud cover around. The first half of the day is dry. May see a stray shower around noon on Tuesday. A better chance for some showers on Tuesday, late afternoon into the evening. These will be spotty at best. So we're not talking about a lot of rain on Tuesday. Wednesday is when the real next weather maker's coming in. This is about 8 o'clock on Wednesday morning. Wind is really going to kick up. We'll get mild. And even though we have those rain showers to deal with through the middle of the day and into the afternoon, we have to deal with the wind shift. So we'll have a southerly wind and then more of the northwesterly wind coming in behind, and all of that moisture gets blown out of here and the cooler and drier conditions roll in. Here's that 7-day forecast for you. Overall, we're going to see those drier conditions on Friday. We do have that chance for some lower 50s on Friday afternoon, and then upper 50s and mid 60s, but dry for this first weekend of March.
All right, that looks good, Justin. Much better than what we're seeing on the Beltway. This is the best way to paint this picture, guys. Your Len Stoler Traffic Network. We are seeing delays. Look at the top side of the Beltway. Let's go on a little tour here. 695 at Liberty Road. As we make this a little larger, guys, it is stop and go through there. No crash as a result of that. We're just seeing those delays. The next one for you as we go up a little higher, Green Springs, still seeing those delays here. And one more for you, 695. This is west of Maryland 41, and we are barely inching through that section. Again, no crashes there, guys, just volume as you're moving through the Beltway here still at 9:21 in the morning.
Ford pauses shipments of their new F-150 Lightning electric pickup truck. Still to come this morning, we are tracking the newest bump in the road for Ford and their EV push.
And we've been fishing all morning, the magnet fishing, and so best case scenario, voila! These are some of the products that came out of the Inner Harbor. And we'll tell you about this classic piece from the 1800s coming up next on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Searching for the lost and forgotten, and that includes everything from buttons to bikes we've seen this morning to antique dishes.
Everywhere, every place. Mark Clark is down at the Inner Harbor with the help of a powerful magnet and even some digging, some shovels that are used at times. Mark, what's going on?
That's right. We are showing you the booty this morning. You know, not the prizes, the booty, right, Evan?
You can call it that.
This is the best case scenario, right? This is a prize piece you pulled out of the drip, right?
Yeah. So this bench is from the Victorian period, so late 1800s, and I actually pulled it from the harbors or the water around Fells Point over the summer, and I took the time to strip the paint, restore it, get it back to how it looked back then. And then I also worked with my friend over at Sandtown Furniture to make brand new slats for this. So this is how it would have looked before it went in the water, which is really cool.
That is amazing. The 1800s, and people can actually get this, right?
Yeah, you can come down and look at it at the Made in Baltimore store down at Harbor Place, which is open Wednesday to Saturday from 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. And then you can see some of the other artifacts that I've actually excavated around the city, like this large crock jar right here. And then there is a beautiful transferware chamber pot to the other side. And this all came out of old outhouses around the city.
What? And so, man, where is this? You need a TV show. We need to get this guy a TV show. It'd be a top-rated show. Evan Finds Discovers, right?
You know, it's hopefully we can get that working soon. Maybe we'll get you and my producer.
So when when is your, as we wrap things up, when you throw the line out there, the magnetic line, what is the best case scenario that, like in your mind, like fantasy-wise, where you're like, oh,
a cannon. I would love to find a cannon.
A cannon.
That's something I really want. Yeah, a big old cannon or an anchor, like an old anchor. I mean, Baltimore's waters are old, so it's out there.
Yeah, if it's out there, he's going to find it, guys.
Absolutely.
That could happen.
He needs his show.
Yeah.
So whoever's watching that can help make that happen, it needs to happen.
And he documents it so well. Thank you, guys. We're going to put more information on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. But what he finds the most of? Dentures.
We brought some in, showed us that. All right, the beginning of your work week starting off strong with temperatures in the 50s and 60s. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking when your next weather maker is rolling through.
And session 2024 continues in Annapolis. Coming up, the two hearings lawmakers are holding this week on two key bills. It's 9:27 now, and you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Oh, play ball. Taking you live to Orioles Park at Camden Yard this morning as we are only 30 days away from opening day. Count them up. The O's hosting the LA Angels March 28th. First pitch 3:05. But right now, the Orioles are well into spring training. Had the first game over the weekend. They had the victory over the Red Sox and the Pirates. Today they take on the Tampa Bay Rays at 1:05 in Sarasota. That would be nice. It's going to be warm here, but not quite Florida warm.
Not quite. Not quite that. Welcome back, though. We'll take what we can get on this Monday morning. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is filling us in on just what we're going to get.
Yeah, 31 days and change with some hours in there. It starts on a Thursday, March 28th, and looking good right now. We've got a lot of sun that is out there at this time, a few clouds hanging around, but overall, our temps are looking good. You'll definitely need a jacket still this morning and the sunglasses, but no need for the umbrella today. You will have to put the umbrella in your bag tomorrow and the rain gear both Tuesday and Wednesday as we're tracking our next weather makers coming in. But you can see on our out and about cast, 40s here through 10 a.m. We'll get to the low and mid 50s by midday today and on our way to the lower 60s for the afternoon. We're talking about 63 today, mid 60s tomorrow, even with the rain, and some of us close to 70 degrees on Wednesday, even though we have to deal with rain showers through most of the afternoon and evening time. We'll break that down a bit further for you and take you through the timing coming up in just a few. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Out on the roads, Len Stoller Traffic Network here. Let's go ahead and take a live look. Our camera shot seemed to have froze right there, which is pretty good because that area is looking nice. There is an incident, a crash, 95 southbound in Baltimore City. Keep that in mind. Also slow go on the top side of the Beltway, just volume through that stretch. Turning now to your session 2024 coverage. Lawmakers in Annapolis are holding hearings on two key bills this week.
One bill would eliminate early release for good behavior for first-degree sex offenders. The other bill deals with juvenile justice reform.
Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning with the three main pillars of the juvenile reform bill. Olivia.
Well, that's right, Megan and Patrice. This week, the House of Delegates will hold its second hearing on an extensive juvenile justice reform bill. Governor Wes Moore says he's in full support of the plans, which includes extending probation for young offenders.
I think we have to increase the probationary period. You have to have a probationary period that's long enough for the young person to actually receive the supports.
Now, the bill has three pillars. Democrats want to extend probation for young offenders, as I mentioned. They also want to expand certain criminal charges to children as young as 10 years old, and finally reform the intake process within the Department of Juvenile Services. While Governor Moore has been supportive of the plans, DJS Secretary Vincent Schiraldi has not publicly commented on them. Schiraldi has been a vocal advocate against probation for young offenders. Governor Moore, though, insists that Schiraldi's views have no impact on his crime plan, but Baltimore pastor P.M. Smith disagrees.
I know leadership. When the leader has to tell the people working with him and for him that he's the leader, there's some issue there. Now, Mr. Schiraldi, as far as I'm concerned, as long as he's in this administration, the governor's just talking. He's parroting accountability, because he's beginning to hear footsteps behind him. And the voters not happy with what he's doing with crime so far.
We will be covering the juvenile justice bill hearing this week. And of course, you can find any updates on that on our website, foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
As lawmakers work to address juvenile crime in Maryland, there are growing frustrations about transparency within the Department of Juvenile Services.
Baltimore Senator Corey McFray is calling on the Department of Juvenile Services to be more open with the people of Maryland.
The DJS Transparency Act of 2024 would require DJS to give the General Assembly a report every year, including the number of kids under DJS supervision in the last year who were shot, have shot someone else, or were killed, as well as the age and location for each kid. Senator McFray says his bill stems from frustration with Secretary Vincent Schiraldi.
Whenever any non-fatal shooting, any type of homicide took place in my district, multiple juveniles were shot, I reached out to the respective secretary at that time. Tried my best to do that in July. Unfortunately, it went unresponsive.
Senator McFray's push for transparency comes at a time when the Department of Juvenile Services has been under fire. Names of offenders and details about juvenile cases are shielded from the public, and sometimes even getting data is difficult.
Fox 45 News has combed through the department's data guide for the budget year 2023. DJS touts 92% of cases diverted had no new sustained offenses within a year, but that's for budget year 2021, despite the agency highlighting that information in its executive summary. After demanding clarity from DJS, the public still has to dig through more than 250 pages to find more updated data.
The second hearing this week is for a bill named after Baltimore tech CEO Pavel LePere, who was killed in her apartment last fall. LePere's suspected killer was a convicted sex offender, but he was out of prison on good behavior credits. The bill would end the early release for people convicted of sex offense.
All of our extended families are victims. The employees of EcoMap Technologies, Pavel's friends and co-workers, and other members of the Baltimore tech community ecosystem are victims. The entire city of Baltimore was held hostage, and as a result is also a victim.
One example, one time is one time too many. We want to make sure that we put laws in place that will keep all the citizens protected.
Fox 45 News will be in Annapolis covering the Pavel LePere bill hearing and the juvenile justice bill hearing this week. You can follow along with our reporting online at foxbaltimore.com.
Right now, we are following new details about a deadly carbon monoxide leak in Cecil County. This morning, a woman is still recovering in the hospital.
Police say that they received a 911 call Saturday, and when they arrived at a home, a man was dead and a woman shivering. Police say the home had no electricity and a kerosene heater was the only source of heat.
Also in Cecil County, fire officials say a chimney in Perryville caught fire. Thankfully, no one was hurt. Officials say the smoke alarm didn't go off since the fire was above the ceiling.
In the meantime, the American Red Cross is teaming up with Joppatown Magnolia Volunteer Fire Company to install smoke detectors in the Edgewood area. Crews installed more than 24 smoke detectors on Sunday, emphasizing the importance of both having an alarm and routinely checking it.
Now you can watch Fox 45 News for free anytime on Amazon Fire TV or Samsung TV Plus.
If you're debating whether to shell out some more cash for a new EV vehicle, there are some major incentives and a lot of inventory, why you may want to wait a few months for one model in particular.
And this week, we are going to see temperatures in the 60s before our next weather maker moves in. Coming up, our Weather Authority team is tracking if the rain will impact your weekend plans. And before we head to break, we want to take you live, if we can, to a news conference that is about to begin. Do we have this? There it is. It's going to start any minute, and this is on the return of the Baltimore Book Festival for its 25th anniversary. Mayor Brandon Scott, BOPA, and city leaders are expected to be at that news conference again just minutes from getting started. 9:37 now on Good Day Baltimore. This morning, Ford is pausing shipments of their new F-150 Lightning electric pickup trucks.
Tom Rogers is in our live center right now with a look at this breaking news from Detroit. Tom.
Yeah, that's right. Too much EVs on the shelves. Just a few weeks ago, and now a stop of shipments for the new F-150 Lightning electric pickup trucks are being paused. There's no word on when the shipments could start back up. But here's what we know right now. Ford said it stopped shipping the Lightning February 9th. We're talking about all 2024 F-150 Lightning electric pickup trucks. They cost about $100 grand. The reason, Ford says, it's not the money. It needs to perform quality checks, but they're not saying exactly what those quality issues are. This is yet another road bump for Ford and their EV push. And because of the slowdown, Ford announced just last month it's reducing production of its Lightning by nearly half and revamped production lines for gas-powered F-150s. Ford originally planned to produce about 3,200 of those electric pickup trucks every week. That number is now dropping to about 1,600, and Ford's not the only one. One major reason being that it's soft demand on EVs, not just for Fords. In 2023, while EV sales go up every year, it still only holds about 10% for new vehicle sales, and EV demand has about 113 or 114-day shelf life at dealers compared to about 69 days for gas-powered vehicles. So besides Ford, you see another big name right there, GM, also slowing down on their EV production. That's the latest from our Live Center. Megan Patrice.
Today begins the 2024 CIAA tournament. How you can get in on the action at CFG Bank Arena and the streets you're going to want to stay away from downtown this week.
But first, it is time to get fit with Fox this morning. After the break, how we are getting prepared to leap into March this Friday. It's 9:42 now on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. All local, all morning.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by Planet Fitness.
It happens once every 4 years, and we are readying our legs to leap into March. We have national lead trainer for Planet Fitness, Teddy Savage, joining us with a leap year full body workout. We're talking 29 reps.
29 reps.
Day. That's making me nervous now that I'm holding the weights. I'm realizing what that means, Teddy.
Well, Megan, the 29 reps, we can broken down into different circuits, right? Okay. But the most important thing is we're going to work our body. We got extra time, so let's make the most of it.
All right,
compound movements. We're going to first do a squat. We're going to lower our hips down and drive up, bringing those weights above our head. So it's a squat into a shoulder press, right?
Watching you.
That's right.
Dresses aren't always accommodating.
And sometimes you need a partner that's going to be there to encourage you, to motivate you. There you go. Hold on. One more rep. One more rep for Megan. There you go.
29 of those.
29. So it's going to be 8 reps. So we're going to do 4 exercises, 8 reps for the first 3, 5 reps for the last 1.
Okay.
So then this next one is going to be an RDL, which is a deadlift. Then we'll stand up into a reverse lunge, bicep curl.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's a compound movement, making sure that we get lower body, back. We'll step back into balance and stability, and then pull.
That's a good workout.
Yes, yes. That's one of my favorite ones because it's going to get postural benefit, strength benefit, and balance benefits.
And you feel the burn, but then you move to the next exercise.
Yes.
It kind of gives your body a little bit of a second of a break.
For sure. And listen, this only happens every 4 years, so we got to make the leap year workout one of the most fantastic ones.
I'm feeling nervous. What's the next one?
So this next one is going to be what we like to call a pull into a tricep extension. So let's hinge at the hip, right? I'll show them from the side. Okay. We're going to hinge at the hip. We're going to pull these weights up like we're trying to break a plate with our elbows and then kick it right back. Okay. So as you can see, Megan is doing it from more of a standard position. Good. So we're going to pull, dragging those elbows straight back, and then kick back for the tricep.
I noticed you have the 15 and I have the 10.
Yeah, yeah. So strategically, I said to myself, I said, Self, I'm going to take the heavier ones, but next time you're going to get those 15s.
I'll work up to it. I think maybe 5s would have been fine for me. You got another one.
Yes. So the last one, we don't need weights. You just keep those 10s in hand, right? But what I'm going to do is get down into a push-up position. Okay. So I'll do a push-up into a plank jack, making sure my hands are stacked right underneath my shoulders. I'll push down, jack those feet, and come right back. The compound movement here is that I'm working chest and core at the same time. And that's what that leap year workout is all about, Megan.
Oh, we do that at my gym, and the core burn.
Oh, my goodness. And the core is in everything that we do, whether you're running around, you're sitting at the CIAA tournament later on this week, you're working your core muscles, so you got to make those stronger.
All right, it's leap year. We got to leap into a healthier year.
That's right. I'm leaping in right now with these 15s. I'm going to squat down, press up, raising my hands to the sky.
I'm going to keep going. Teddy, we're going to toss to meteorologist Justin Chambers. It's all 29 except for the temperature.
Tell me something good, Casey. Look, doing all that stuff outside is going to be a good thing today because temperatures are going up, and we're going to see those numbers stay in the 60s for at least the next 3 days. We do have that extra day of meteorological winter. The last day of that, Thursday, is going to be the coldest of the week before our numbers go back up for the weekend. But overall, right now, we're in the lower 40s in Towson. Really no wind to speak of. It's been a pretty nice morning so far. We had a few showers earlier this morning, but overall, those are long gone. Still see some of that shower activity up toward New York and Boston and the 95 corridor to the north. So just be aware of that. But want to get out there, play some golf, and getting that core all built up? Yeah, do that. When you see those lower 40s here for your forecast, mid-50s by noontime. Even if you're going to get a quick 9 in, maybe get some practice reps in as we get closer to the spring season. We're talking about, it's almost golf season here. So 60-year temp in Chestertown today. These are going to be your highs. Upper 50s, Stevensville and Annapolis. Right about 63 in Baltimore City down through Laurel, and 61 in Columbia. Low to mid-60s here for Baltimore down through D.C., mid-60s in Richmond. Even if you're heading down to the ocean looking at numbers at about 50 today. Now notice our temperature tracker. Mid to upper 60s here through Wednesday, even with the rain, but a big drop off with those numbers on Thursday. We're only going to be in the upper 40s, and then low to mid and upper 50s as we get into this upcoming weekend. So it's a brief cool down before those numbers rebound into the Saturday and Sunday time frame. Here's a look at our future scan as we take you through the afternoon today. We'll stay in mainly dry. A few clouds roll in late tonight through early tomorrow morning, possibly a shower or two in the overnight hours. And then tomorrow we'll get a little bit more cloud cover. By noon, could see a couple of scattered showers. We're not talking about a lot of rain tomorrow, but the wind is going to pick up tomorrow afternoon and evening time ahead of that next stronger weather maker, which is really Wednesday. And Wednesday morning is going to start off with cloud cover by about 8 a.m. Some rain showers. Wind's really going to be strong through the middle part of the day, where we'll see some moderate to even heavy rain at times. And basically that wind shift after about 3 o'clock on Wednesday afternoon. So that southerly wind brings in the milder air. Here comes the colder air back back behind that as it kind of flushes out of here. That cold front passes through. Here's a look at your holiday countdown. Less than 2 weeks for our time change. St. Patty's Day in about 20 days from right now. The official start of spring, or the vernal equinox, is coming up in just 22 days from right now. It's actually on a Tuesday night. So first full day of spring will be Wednesday. Here's a look of your 7-day forecast. And as I mentioned, once we get that rain out of here on Wednesday night, Thursday and Friday stay mainly dry as we dry out and warm up into the weekend.
Well, now to your Sports Unlimited news. Excuse me. It is game time at the Kennedy Krieger Institute in Baltimore as they host the East Regional Wheelchair Basketball Championships. Kennedy Krieger home to several adaptive sports teams known as the Bennett Blazers because they play in Bennett Gym. Starting in 1989, the goal of the Blazers is to teach children about how disability does not define them.
When I found adaptive sports, it allowed me to open doors and avenues that I never thought I'd be here. Never thought I'd be going to college for this. It's been such a game changer with my mental health and everything, and it's taught me so much and how to talk to my teammates and play as a team and work with people. It really helps you in a lot of environments that you wouldn't think it. Like being at school, talking with kids, you learn how to say things and do things and help kids in a better way.
I saw it on the TV at Kennedy Krieger, and I asked my mom if I could play it, and then she said yeah.
Well, the Blazers ended up winning the title. They will now head to the national championships, which will be held in Richmond in April.
Well, in other sports news, you've heard us talking about it. The CIAA tournament back this week in Baltimore. Some of the top HBCU teams from across the country are competing for the title at CFG Bank Arena. The tournament tips off today with Bowie State women's team taking on Winston-Salem State. That game is set for 7 p.m. Tickets are still available at the tournament's website. Just click the Buy Tickets button at the top of the screen.
The Baltimore City Department of Transportation is implementing traffic modifications around CFG Bank Arena throughout this week.
Understandably, the following curb lane closures are now in effect, and they will be through 11 p.m. March 3rd. All week long, this is going to be in place. Biddle Street, Calvert Street, and Hopkins Plaza, they will all be impacted. If you'd like to find a complete list, just head to our website, foxbaltimore.com.
The court storming saga continues, this time after Wake Forest upsets number 8 Duke. As those from Wake Forest rush the court, Duke center Kyle Flipkowski injured his knee in the process. That is not good. He believes it was intentional, tweeting that this has got to change. Their head coach wants a court storming ban now. Now, this all comes after an incident earlier in the season when Caitlin Clark collided with a fan during a court storming.
And he's pushed there several times.
That's intentional. That's what he said.
Well, today we are going to be partly cloudy, warmer temps in the 50s, 60s on the way. After the break, we are tracking how long these temps stick around. That's in the final 10-day forecast. 9:53 now on Good Day Baltimore.